Alright everyone, welcome back to our round 2 feature match. Just like before, my name is Dave, I'm gonna rock, and I'm gonna be your commentator here today. So for round 2 feature match, we're gonna get right into it here and introduce our players. So on the right, oh hang on there, I'm just getting some notice here off the screen. Alright, my apologies, we did have some technical difficulties just then. But we are back. On our left here today, we're going to be having William Jackman. And the player on the right is going to be Jeremy Hallwell. So both these guys tender locals every week. Pretty good players. And I'm really excited to see what we're going to see from these guys here today. As for the matchup itself, William is actually going to be running a Yang Zing deck. So definitely gonna see some interesting synchro summons out of that. Hopefully, you can see kind of a little bit of what he has there. Looks like he's getting this deck in order. And as for Jeremy is actually going to be using Burning Abyss. So just like our round 1 feature match, we do have some pretty common decks here, stuff that you'll see at not only championship but also regional level. So it's good to see some really well made decks here today. Unlike last time, we do actually have the life down there on the bottom that we can see not too well. I'm gonna actually send someone out to get that changed here now before the guys. Alright, just got someone out to change that so you guys can see the score. I know last time was a little bit tricky. Okay, yeah, here we go. So we got there for games 1 and 2. Alright, so we're going to get the dice rolls on the go here. Looks like William may have had some side deck cards stuck in there, so he's just getting that corrected before it takes too long. As of course, like any feature match, these guys are going to be on their own timer, separate from everyone else, since there's a couple of extra little formalities we're going to have to go over with them. But nonetheless, this is going to be enjoyable. Jeremy doing the good old pile shuffle there, 4 piles. Shuffling, obviously, really, really important, especially when you're playing a deck like Burning Abyss, since in that deck there's a lot of cards you really don't want to see multiple of. You don't really want to see multiple Skarms, multiple Graphs, or anything like that. Even like 2 Torgods in your opening hand can be a little bit cloggy. You really only want to see the one, so you can optimize your plays. As for Yang Zing, I'm not really sure what specific variant that he's going to be running. I know there have been a couple that have been going around. Some that kind of focus more on aggression, get the like the Yang Zing Unleashed and stuff like that on the go. And then there's some more that focus more, do some more stun-based moves. Alright, looks like the guy's timer has started. So we are officially beginning this match. Both players going to shuffle up the decks right there. And while waiting for him to start, again, thank you to Midgard Gaming for hosting our tournament here today. If you haven't been out here before, check them out here at Mount Pearl, just right off of the main road on Topsail there. And if you missed it before, we're also going to be having live coverage available on our Republic of Duel Facebook and Twitter. So go check those out at facebook.com/Republic of Duel, as well as twitter.com/Republic of Duel. After these matches are over, they're going to be available on the Republic of Duel YouTube channel as well. So we should have those up by the end of the weekend for you guys to check out if you did miss any of our previous or future matches that we're going to be streaming here for you today. So we get started here. Looks like William gets the die roll there, sets 2 back rows, sets a monster, and passes over to Jeremy. So thing is with Yang Zing, they can very easily set a monster since they have a couple of big defenders like Bixie and Jitao. And even if they do get destroyed, obviously they do all have the effect to replace themselves anyway. Jeremy's going to start it off with a tour guide. Tempting to use the effect, but William might have a response. He is holding his back row there. He's not really sure what to do. And looks like he activates Artifact Sanctum. So we are going to be seeing Yang Zing artifacts. That's definitely a first here. I haven't actually seen that deck run before. So I'm interested to see how William's going to be playing it here today. So he does have the Sanctum up. Looks like he's probably going to go into a Moral Talk and pop the tour guide. Kind of an interesting move there, since tour guide's effect can still resolve and get a Burning Abyss monster out for Jeremy. Jeremy can pretty much follow up just by summoning another Burning Abyss and then making his usual first turn Dante play, like the Burning Abyss deck likes to do. Yeah, it does look like William is just trying to make sure that Jeremy's strategy does not get going. He did play that Sanctum very, very aggressively. So I wouldn't be surprised if we've seen a lot more aggression out of him. Oh, looks like we just have a little bit of graveyard mixed up right there. So still Jeremy's turn. Is Jeremy going to be resolving? No, he actually chooses not to resolve the tour guide by the looks of it. Okay. Looks like he's going to be special summoning a Graph in defense, along with a Seer. Does William have a response to that? Looks like we don't. Going to be overlaying those into the Dante. Probably going to... Actually, other detach here is going to end up the same. We're not going to be seeing the graveyard effects out of them. So we do go into Dante. We do get a couple mills off that. Looks like it's nothing overly interesting, though. Surprisingly, Jeremy looks like he's not really going to attack. He did some of the Dante in defense. Did not want to run over that Moral Talk, which may put him behind at this point. You really don't want to leave any any non-floaters on the field of Burning Abyss player, since they're easily able to synchro summon for a very dangerous monster. They can get easily get it a Black Rose or a Goyo, something like that, with either level 1 or level 2 tuner that the deck runs. Jeremy there with the 1 set card, and looks like he's going to be passing back over to William. William's field actually looking pretty good. As long as he can get over that Dante this turn, he should be able to get far enough ahead that Jeremy's going to have a really hard time coming back. Got the MST on the set Fire Lake, so that Fire Lake is not going to be resolving. Interesting choice to actually set Fire Lake at that point. I know personally when I'm playing the deck, I don't normally set Fire Lake unless I can chain it, unless you want to kind of get that there as a bluff to make sure that William does not attack into his monsters. Although even when you think about that, most of what Burning Abyss runs, it isn't really that attack centric. It can be used at any time. So not really sure what was going on there, but the Fire Lake did get taken out. So if the Dante does go, he can add that back to his hand at least, along with something from Graph. William's still debating what he's going to do, and looks like he's going to be flipping the B on the 1600 Burning Abyss Earth monster. So will he have another play after this? Because he can't get over that Dante yet. That's the thing here. Yeah, really interesting to actually see a Yang Zing deck just play out a strategy. At our local meta here, we usually don't see them a whole lot, and when we do, they're usually just a straight up bog standard build. So it is pretty exciting for me to see a different build that we're not used to seeing. And oh, it looks like he's going to be using the Dark Hole to wipe out the field. So he's going to be losing his own Moral Talk there along with the BN. He can summon something back with BN, but it does have to be in defense. So that that even slows down any aggression that he might be having here. So it looks like the graph is resolving. Jeremy did lay down the Scarm, but looks like he's going to be going with Seer instead. I can understand the logic behind that. It looks like he's going to let the Seer die if anything attacks into it, just to bring back the Dante in defense again. Because 2500 defense, none of the main deck Yang Zing monsters are going to be able to run over that. He does have to go in the extra deck to be able to get over that 2500 defense. Even if he's main decking Forbidden Lance, it'll only help him against attack position monsters. And that's kind of what makes Burning Abyss such a good deck, is that you actually have high defense, which you don't see a lot in too many other decks. So a lot of the cards that you see in a lot of the attack modifiers, the battle outcome changers, they're all focused on attack, whereas anything with high defense is actually surprisingly hard to get over. And anyone who's played against Burning Abyss a lot will know just how that feels. Looks like William's deciding what he's going to be summoning off of the BN effect. As long as it is in defense and it's not a BN, it should be fine. Looks like ideal play in this case might be a tuner if he has another Yang Zing in his hand to be able to go into a synchro summon. Something like Armades at this point would be great. He'd be able to attack over that Seer, and Jeremy would not get an effect off, which would put William in a really, really good spot. Is he going to do that? Does he have the cards in his hand? We are going to find out pretty soon. Alright, so it looks like he does actually choose Ji-Tao, so we get the level 2 tuner. Not too bad of a choice here, actually. If he does have 2 more Yang Zing cards in his hand, he can use Ji-Tao's effect to summon 2 Yang Zing monsters from the deck and make a really, really big play. He can go into anything, I believe anything from, I'd say level... I'm terrible at math, if the people who don't know me notice that, but it takes me forever to actually do more than one thing when I'm doing math. So yeah, if he does have the 2 there, you have to summon probably something, level 6 all the way up to level 11 there. So still has lots of different options. Is he going to do anything else? Oh, it looks like we can see his hand there, so he does actually have the 2 Burning Abyss monsters to be able to use the effect. Is he going to use it is the question. Still thinking about it. He's really debating this, and I guess he wants to know what extra deck monster he's going to go into before he commits to that play, because Ji-Tao is actually a really, really risky card, especially if the opponent is running any kind of effect negation, since that's just a straight up -2 for you if that gets negated by a normal card. I suppose it's a -1 when you consider the fact that your opponent needs to spend a card on it, but it's still really bad. It still puts you behind, and many games have been lost before just from people negating the effect of Ji-Tao, which again you have to play very, very carefully. Looks like the guy there trying to actually figure out something there. We do have judges on standby just in case it's a ruling issue or anything like that comes up. If that does come up, we will have a little bit of a pause in the match. So just to give you guys a bit of a heads up, that may come up, it may not. Well, it looks like he may have something picked out there. He does have... obviously, you always have lots of options when it comes to a synchro summon, especially if he's following the usual the Burning Abyss trope of having about 13 to 14 actual synchro monsters in the extra deck and very, very few Xyz. The deck can play both. It's just most of the time Xyz summoning is going to be overwhelming unless it's into something like a Castel or an Exciton just to be able to clear out the opponent's threats. Don't think we're going to see that in this situation, though. Looks like William is just going to have to decide on what he wants to use here. All right, so it looks like he actually just normal summoned the BN there. So are we going to see the Aramades? Yep, we are going to see a 5, and yes, it is the Aramades. So after after much deciding here, looks like we did finally get the right play out of William. He's going to be able to run over that Scarm and stifle Jeremy's next turn by not having anything else on the field to be able to come back with. And looks like he doesn't not have that great of a hand. Although earlier I did see a Raigeki in there, so he is able to get rid of that Aramades by just making that 1-for-1 trade. The only important thing is regarding Raigeki, and same thing when you're playing any really big power card like that, you always need to make sure that whenever you're going to play one of those cards, you always have a follow-up to be able to put you in a better position. It's really really tends to be subpar if you're just using a Raigeki or a Dark Hole or something like that and you can't follow it up. It really makes you lose the tempo of the game, slows everything right down, and your momentum is pretty much completely gone. But it is looking good so far, and William does have that one more level 1 Yang Zing left in his hand. So Jeremy may not be too bad. Depends on what the rest of his hand is. If he can get something good off, he might be okay. He's looking through. I'm not sure if he even realizes if he can use the... No. Looks like he did have a mistake there. That is not going to be going to fly. We do have a judge at the table who's going to correct that. Yeah, it looks like the judge is at the table. He should be able to correct that there. Nope. Yeah, set effect is not going to be going through there. Yeah, that does go back in the graveyard. All right, looks like Alex, who's been judging that table, is doing his due diligence, making sure that does not fly. Guy's still reading over the card a few times. And there's Raigeki, and there goes Aramades. It looks like Jeremy has 3 cards left in hand, so he can still make a really nice comeback here. Summons the Graph from the hand. Are we going to see another monster? Be able to go into another Dante, get his game back. No, still deciding there. Oh, looks like it was actually 2 back rows. So he does just summon Seer and attack for 1,000. That is going to be the first damage of the match. Alright, so with that, play is back over to William. Looks like he draws a trap card there. Didn't really get to see what that was, but he did set that along with the Paulo in his hand. Paulo actually 1800 defense. Jeremy's going to have to actually put some effort in running over that with the only 1000 attack Graph there. So it looks like the back row is going to get MST'd, and that was a wiretap. So not really anything to put him ahead, but it could have definitely been important in making him kind of take control back of the game there. That Raigeki on there, Aramades, really did put him behind a bit. Yeah, both players really calculating there. It is a low resource game at this point, so whoever kind of gets the momentum at this point is really going to be able to have a strong chance at taking the rest of this game. Looks like William is just straight up just debating whether or not he wants to risk taking out the Graph and potentially putting Jeremy back in the game. Of course, if he does take it out, Jeremy's obviously able to bring in one of his high defense monsters like a Skarm or a Rubik. He could even go with a Seer and run it into what looks to be the Sewanee in William's hand to bring back a Dante install until he's able to actually get a bit of a field back again. So he does summon the Sewanee. Jeremy just reading over there. Does he have a response to it? He does have 2 back row, but he doesn't have a hand, so the Karma Cuts and Wind Blast, even the Far Leg at this point, none of them are really going to be able to answer William's field. Any short of like a Warning or a Bottomless or something like that, there's not really much that we're going to be able to do here. Alright, looks like definitely in a bit of a rough spot there. Is he going to be attacking over the Graph? That is the question. Yep, so it does look like he attacks over him, and he does go with the Seer play after all, so he is able to follow that up with a potential Dante next turn. Alright, so looks like it is back over to Jeremy here now. He's going to be using the Foolish Burial to send a Burning Abyss to the graveyard. Probably going to be seeing a Graph here to be able to go into another summon and potentially get a Exceed Your Synchro monster and be able to get back into this game. Yeah, that looks like the Graph. And what are we going to see next? Are we going to see a Rubik or are we going to see a Skarm? That's the question here. Yep, looks like it's Skarm, so we can expect a Dante follow-up right here. And really, if all those effects go off, Jeremy is going to be in a really, really good position. He's going to be able to not only summon something with Seer, but also get a Tour Guide for a follow-up play later on. So, bit of a rough spot here for William. Even with just 2 Yang Zings out, he doesn't really have too many branching plays at this point. He can maybe get off 1 Synchro Summon, depending on what Jeremy attacks. Obviously, preferably he would attack the set card, so we can go into a like a Goyo or something like that there next turn. But even Goyo's not really going to do too much here. Not enough to really seal the deal for William. So you can take that Dante back, just leave it in defense. But as soon as that hits the graveyard again, Jeremy is actually going to be able to get his card economy back on that. Yeah, looks like we detached the Seer to get so 2 Dantes out right now. Definitely not what William wants to see. It's going to be very hard to make a comeback on. However, the cool thing is about Yang Zings is they do have essentially their own on-theme Pot of Avarice in the form of the Yang Zing Path. So they're really not a deck to count out at any point just because of that 1 card. If any of you guys have played back in the big Pot of Avarice days, you know that as long as that card exists, as long as it was still in your deck, you could make a comeback at any time at all. So it looks like Jeremy's actually going to be flipping the Vanity's Emptiness and making an attack on Sewanee. So Sewanee's not actually going to be able to special summon another Yang Zing monster from the deck. And with that Emptiness up, that almost seals the game completely for Jeremy at this point. He does have an established field, and every time you have Vanities with an established field, your opponent is always going to have a hard time coming back from that. That's one of the reasons why Vanities itself is so powerful, is that it's one of those get ahead and stay ahead type cards. Yeah, there's actually a lot of debate going on right now. Obviously, we have the new Forbidden Unlimited list coming up on the beginning of the new year, so on January 1st. A lot of people expecting this card to either get limited or forbidden altogether. And honestly, I can see it happening. I can definitely see that going to 1 or even 0. Vanities has such a big impact on the game right now, and it is it's not too over centralizing, but it is centralizing enough to warrant at least some kind of limitation for sure. So it looks like the play is back over to William. William just sets one back row. Doesn't look like he's got too many options here right now. He does have the Apollo, who has no attack at all, so he can really only just sit on that. And until he can get rid of that emptiness, there's not really a whole lot that's going to get him back into that game. Alright, looks like we got the Fire Lake. It's going to be popping both cards. Now that is going to actually get rid of Jeremy's own emptiness, but emptiness is still going to be up just long enough so that any Yangzing monster is not going to get their special summon effect. And of course with that in the end phase, Jeremy's able to make a really, really big push. And because he sent his Dantes, he is going to be getting a full 3 cards by the time his next turn comes. So that's pretty much the game sealing card right there. And Fire Lake especially, Fire Lake is kind of the, it's the one card that completely changed how Burning Abyss makes its plays, and also it completely changes matchups. Without that one card, I think they'd be in a similar situation to Satellar Knights right now, where they're still pretty good. They can still manage the top, but they're just not as effective as what some of the other top decks are right now. Not without some really interesting innovation and a really, really skilled pilot for the deck. So we've got the cut there. Looks like we got the turn draw for Jeremy. Looks like he picked up an Astral Force. So right now, there's not really much stopping him right now. William has no cards on the field, nothing in his hand. He has not taken any damage yet, but that's definitely going to be changing here in a minute. So we got the Skyrim out from Torgod. I don't think Jeremy has any Graphs left in his deck, because obviously Graph is usually the better play to be making there. And we're going to be having those overlaid. Does he have a Dante left? Yeah, he does have the third Dante. So again, another quirk about Burning Abyss is you always want to run those 3 Dantes just for situations like this. He's going to be milling a couple cards here. Nothing he's really going to be using right now. But he has not made any regular Burning Abyss special summons, and does look like he has 2 monsters there in his deck to be able to do so. He's even in a situation now where after his turn's over, he can either keep the Fire Lake out just to prevent anything William tries to do, or he can even rank up the Dante into Constantine Pallades. And that's definitely going to seem like probably the smartest move, just considering the fact that if you just pop a Yangzing monster, it's only going to replace itself anyway. Whereas you bounce it back to the hand, you're really, really slowing them down. Alright, it does look like Jeremy's going to be actually bringing out Virgil in this case. Bit of interesting choice, but a good one nonetheless. It does not stop him from bringing out the rest of his Burning Abyss monsters. And really, I don't think there's going to be any way that William's going to get back into this game at this point. Any one top deck is not going to do a whole lot.
At this point, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, not really much in this case. So with that, we do actually have our second guest commentator on here for today. Say hello to John Mahoney. He's going to be joining me here. Just finished up his round 2 match. How'd it go, John?
That's correct. I 2-0'd Shadal's. Playing Battery Man myself. Actually went pretty well. I got the OTK through Game 1. Game 2, I went into Omega and M7, and there wasn't much you could do about that. So.
No, definitely not easy to get around for sure. So I know you just joined into the matchup right now. We got William and Jeremy here running Yangzing and Burning Abyss. William actually using Yangzing artifacts.
So have you seen any double cyclones? Because you'd think that would be the natural tech choice in my...
Yeah, because he does play a lot of continuous cards. Haven't seen any double cyclones yet. Just the first turn Sanctum on the tour guide.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
See, that's a hit and miss play, right? Because they're still going to get their effect off. So they're going to special summon from the deck, and chances are they're going to have another Burning Abyss monster in their hand. So you're going to break even.
Yeah.
And they're still going to have their Dante hit the board 9 times out of 10. So that's been a position that I've been in several times, and it's almost worth running the Scythe, in my opinion, just to block off the extra deck for those tour guide plays. But
yeah, that pretty much shuts down their turn altogether. And they can't even summon any other Burning Abyss. They'll just pop themselves into the field.
It buys you a turn. It doesn't gain you any advantage, but it does buy you a turn.
Yeah, all right, so it looks like the guys are getting into Game 2 here just into the side decking with Jeremy really coming back from a little bit of a rough opening and dominating the latter half of the game.
Who was your first guest commentator?
First one, actually, last round was Jeff.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Jeff was on here for a little bit.
How's he been making out?
I haven't been talking to him, actually, since then. I don't... he's in the second round there now. I know... I do know what he's playing, and I am excited to see it a little bit later.
Okay, fair enough.
Not going to
spoil anything.
Not going to spoil anything.
No spoilers. I've seen a very interesting Italian ultimate karma cut in Jeremy's deck there. That's quite the gem.
It is. It is. He's bringing a little taste of Italy.
Yu-Gi-Oh's half about the skill, half about the bling. Yeah.
It is. Yeah. Yeah.
So what would you side in if you were playing Burning Abyss?
In mine, I usually use the Stormforth and Vanities. Those are kind of the go-to.
Help shut down the recycling of the monsters.
It does. If you tribute them, they're not going to get their effects off. It does actually look like Jeremy has something very similar going on here.
I see that. Interesting.
Yep. So
I did not know he had those.
No. So yeah, all those going in. That's as soon as one of those hits the field, is going to be very rough.
It's tough too because it shut down artifact monsters too as well. So it's like neither one of his engines can function efficiently.
Yeah, and even with Majesties over Vanities, it's still really rough because I mean you can still summon the Moral Talk. It's just not going to do anything.
So yeah, the key is I don't even know what Yangzing would have, to be honest.
No,
they just have to run it over.
There is they do have that new card though. The can't remember the name of it right now, but it does double the attack of a Yangzing. So that can definitely be useful. I haven't seen many builds running it.
No.
But definitely an interesting side deck choice, even against Cleaforts as well.
Right.
Because Cleaforts can do a lot of damage to them, but if you just run over their monster, there's not really a whole lot they're going to do to get through that.
Ran into that last match too, actually. I Battery Man 9-volted attacked a dragon, and my opponent believed that the dragon got its effect for hitting the graveyard as a result of dying by battle.
No.
And as we know, that is not the case.
No, it is not.
I should also point out that my opponent also tried to normal summon a Chaos Sorcerer.
Pro move. Yep.
Pro moves here at the Avalon Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship. Absolutely.
Yeah.
We love picking on this guy. It's okay.
Yeah. Excellent.
Looks like they're ready.
Yeah, looks like Williams just finished up last beside and Jeremy.
He's using some practice rolls.
Yeah.
He's getting those snake eyes out of the way so he doesn't get them later.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually happy to inform everyone that we've transitioned from Yu-Gi-Oh! To Yahtzee.
I am glad people actually brought dice today because there's usually a dice shortage at these events.
There is. Like any given locals, you'll have like for every 10 players, you have one dice. You know, dice flying across the room all the time.
Yeah, dice me. Someone's just a resident dice jar.
Yeah. All right, looks actually like William has looks like he's gonna be sliding a mistake, which is actually pretty interesting here. Yang Xing doesn't really do a whole lot of searching. But mistake only really gonna shut down Dante and Skyrim.
Searching the tour guide. That's about it.
Yeah.
You can definitely see why it's in the side deck though, with Cleforts and everything being around today.
Yeah, for sure.
I just don't know if it's the most appropriate choice for this matchup. Then again, if you have some cards that are going to be dead in your deck, and you have something that might come in handy, it's better to use something that's,
for sure, definitely
only dead sometimes versus always dead.
Even if you have 2 subpar cards, get the other ones that are worse.
Exactly.
In that matchup.
A lot of theories about the side deck. A lot of people just use it to take out the cards that are going to be least effective. Some people put in specific cards to counter certain decks.
Yeah, side decking definitely one of the things people seem to have the most trouble with when it comes to actually doing it correctly.
True.
It just adds a completely extra layer that a lot of people aren't used to dealing with until they get pretty experienced actually, in organized play, playing these kind of events. That's where your side deck really comes in.
I don't know if Jeremy's running it today, but one side deck card that I like to side in against Yang Xing is actually Max C.
Yeah.
I find that if I flood the field and they have a monster on board, you drop Max C in at the start step of your own battle phase.
Yeah.
They can regenerate their monsters as much as you want. You're going to plus off of it.
Yeah, so puts them in a situation where they're pretty much just going to have to not summon.
Right.
And then if they do summon, you're going to plus off at that much.
Exactly.
That it doesn't matter anyway.
So that's usually one of my favorite tech choices against Yang Xing.
Yeah. It is actually interesting now that they do have one extra thing up their pocket in the form of Touty, the level 5 2200 attack Yang Xing. Just barely big enough at 2200 to get over like Moral Talk and a lot of other things you'll run into.
Another reason to run Scythe. The 100 difference that 2200 makes
yes
can make the difference.
Yeah. Pro tip of the day: run Scythe and everything.
Shuts down pendulums from the extra deck. I'm telling you, man. It's interesting too. I don't know if you're looking at the OCG or the sets that are coming up. I believe there's one that's focusing around banishment, correct?
I believe there is.
I believe that's down the pipeline, which is interesting. It was passed over a couple sets ago, but Artifacts actually got a quick effect monster from hand that you can tribute it from hand or field, and monsters that turn cannot be banished.
Oh wow!
I can see that making a comeback once that deck comes over here in North America.
Yeah, the Artifacts are just one of those. You can't even really call it a deck because
it's more of an engine.
You'll never see a full Artifact deck.
I've toyed around with it, but it's not that effective.
Yeah, for the most part, as long as they have their Moral Talks and their Sanctums, they're always going to be a thing in some form or another. Unlike over an OCG where they've got the one Moral Talk, poor guys.
Which the ratio is really tough because it's really hard drawing into dead Moral Talks. You can do a
Especially
couple things. Yeah, you can do a couple things. I mean, you can try running the double Cyclones. You can try only running 2 Moral Talk, 3 Sanctum. I've toyed around with that a bit. It's risk versus benefit.
Yeah, it's actually that's one of the reasons I find the the ever popular 60 card control
because you're less likely to draw into them.
Yeah, they're still there for when you need them, but chance of drawing in are they're less. It's still gonna happen.
Because I mean, if you think about it, if you run triple Ignition, triple Sanctum, triple Moral Talk, and maybe 2 Bagel Talk, that's 5 versus 6. So it's approximately 50-50 that you're going to draw into a monster versus one of the searchers, right? So it's almost just as likely that you're going to get the thing you want to search for as opposed to the searcher.
All right, looks like William actually had to re-sleeve one of his extra deck monsters. This is running a Volcasaurus. Yeah. That's
I don't know how many. I didn't see how many artifact monsters he actually runs, but very underrated card. I mean, it can really help push for game, especially if a Gaia Charger underneath. If they're just sitting on a defense position monster and maybe a Virgil or something, of course, you would destroy the monster, inflict some damage, overlay into Gaia Charger, and then do piercing.
Yeah, definitely good, especially in the late game.
Can get a lot of damage on board really quick.
Yeah. And with Touty out now too, he's also level 5, so you can you even have the options available where you can ram your Yang Xing into another monster for him, and then be able to main phase.
If you're gonna run 3 rank 5s, in my opinion, the 3 to run are Pleiades, of course, Volcasaurus, and Durendal.
For sure. Yeah, Durendal's seeing a lot of success in recent events as well. Yeah, just being able to to take out those Shadal fusions.
Right. And even against a Burning Abyss matchup, it's not too bad because almost all of their chainable traps are normal traps.
Yeah.
6 shades or effects, right?
All right, so we're finally in the game
that
too.
was quite the long side. Lots of mind games going on there.
It was, yep. Jeremy practicing his Yahtzee skills.
One opponent seeing how many cards the other opponent was siding in, and then clearly.
Yeah, another player practicing the ghost side.
Next level strategies, yes.
Yeah. All right, so Williams got the first move there. He's going to be setting 3 back rows.
Jeremy draws for turn. Oh, as he always does.
Yeah. The
his name is actually
Burning Abyss.
Yes. His name's actually Jeremy Tour Guide Howell.
It is.
True story.
Yeah, every single game. Hopefully he's going to have some better luck than what Howard did in our last feature match.
I heard that he lost.
Yep, game 3 against Satellar Knights. He did all 3 tour guides got stopped.
Nice chained MST onto the emptiness from hand.
Jeremy making a good play. Normally a good play to hit the non-emptiness back row, except in this situation where
you need
don't
the chain resolve.
Exactly. Because the emptiness will actually, it will still resolve and just die on a different chain.
Right. A lot of people running night beams lately with all the chainable traps floating around and Burning Abyss.
Yeah, I've seen that a bit as well.
Which is interesting, because if that had been a night beam, he wouldn't have been able to make that play, and his tour guide wouldn't have resolved.
Yeah, that's and again, it's like something I mentioned earlier. The kind of the centralizing effect of emptiness is one of the big reasons why MST is so big. That, in fact, Clear Force are a thing now.
Right.
And being able to change to the scout activation is huge.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Jeremy going in the good old first turn Dante.
But
he is going to get bounced. Oh. He does still have that graph effect to sit back on, though.
So at this point, card count. What are we at? 3 for William and...
looks like this is going to be... I think Jeremy's actually ahead.
He is. Yep. That's the thing about Compulse after a tour guide play is that Burning Abyss monster is still going to get its effect, and you're going to be down the Compulse, and so you're going to neg 1 on it, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Exactly. Yeah, he does have the seer out there to be able to bring back the graph. It's interesting how Burning Abyss can kind of do that. They can, they're one of those decks that make just chains of summons over and over and over.
Absolutely.
And there's the Dante right back again.
You thought he was gone?
Yep. The seer is gone, and there's the Mills. We had an MST. Revealing the side deck card there, the Stormforth.
What would you take? Worried about that back row? If that had been a pot of duality, what do you think would have been your choice?
Depends on his hand. Situations like that, I always go for the Burning Abyss monster.
Yeah.
Monster is just so important in this matchup.
Flood the field.
See, another graph out. Interesting thing Jeremy's doing, though. Some of the Dante in defense, he does seem to be a little bit
afraid of that D prison, clearly.
He is, yeah, and he's ahead in card economy, so he could play fairly aggressively and just run right in the back row to
go one for ones. And,
yeah. That's what he wants to be doing at this point, because if William gets an established field with multiple Yang Zings, with creation, stuff like that, it's going to be really hard to catch up to him.
Did you notice if he was playing...
All right.
Looks like they're getting a time extension. They started later than the rest of us, apparently.
Yeah. William deciding. Looks like he's deciding if he wants to use his back row in the end phase.
Wonder what it could be.
Maybe an MST, something like that. No, looks like he just receives his turn. That's the monster. He does have a Yang Zing Path in his hand, though, so if Jeremy manages to run over a few monsters, he can definitely get back in the game.
And again, that Beagle Talk, so painful to draw into.
It is. And there's the good old end phase Fire Lake. Yeah, same thing happened in game 1. Takes out a Yang Zing creation and looks like a G-Tao.
Yeah, and boy, is he up cards now.
Yep. Yeah, Fire Lake being the one clutch card. That's essentially the entire Burning Abyss game. Resolve Fire Lake
as often as possible.
Yes. Resolve it once, you should win. Resolve it more than once, you're probably going to win. So he's resolving his effects off. You got the seer out there. Just a never-ending cycle of monsters hitting the field.
Is macro and defissure at 1 in OCG land as well?
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is either. What a difference that would make, eh? If that had been the case over here as well.
That'd be huge. Not personally, not a big fan of the kind of
Banishment
card.
floodgates.
Yeah, the you can't play cards. But it unfortunately does just kill off a couple of what would be interesting deck types.
Right.
Remember way back, probably circa 2007, running DD Survivor Monarchs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No,
really fun.
No
back
Treeborn
then.
Frogs for you.
No.
No. So it looks like she's got what, a gaff on board.
Yeah, he's got the Seer. Okay, he's gonna be summoning the Solani. So, funny thing about that 1900 attack threshold, though, there's nothing Burning Abyss can do to get over that without going to the extra deck.
At the same time, though, with Rubik's defense, and they have a couple 2000 defense, correct?
Yeah, so you got Skyrim and Rubik, so they
can
and looks like he's searching the Rubik
yeah,
there.
they can sit on them and not worry too much if their opponent's not stuff summoning, because it's very hard to get over those if there's, say, a Vanities on board.
Yeah, and yeah, just with that Rubik search, we're probably going to be seeing a Virgil next turn.
Yeah,
and Virgil just really good in general, but particularly against stuff like Yangzing that has to hit the graveyard. It's just so good.
What's he using the tokens for, I wonder?
I'm not sure. There's not really any token cards.
He secretly is playing Scapegoat, yeah.
Yeah, maybe an Xyz universe on the side for Dracosac.
Perhaps.
Yeah, so yeah, it looks like he's going to be going into the Virgil.
Yep.
He should have another monster in hand to discard. And the worst part, that's going to get shuffled back in the deck, so he's not going to get that second Yangzing for Path as well.
Really hurting on the resources.
Yep, summons the Graph through Seer. No, he does go with the Skyrim instead. Oh, and that's why it looks like it has the
one in hand.
So he has a Graph in hand, yeah.
He wants to keep that option open just in case.
Yeah, and even the Firelight's still in the hand, so any kind of a comeback can easily be taken care of.
He's at double resources now, 6-3.
Yeah. Yangzing's a fairly slow deck too, so they're not really. They really don't like being low on resources.
Need a little more control.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen. We've only seen one synchro summon this entire match at William as well. That was for an Archimedes.
There's a combo with Herald the Arclight and the Yangzing, is there not? I believe you can special summon it back and have a macro on field.
Yeah, there's a couple of different plays with them. Even just that card on its own, even the banish effect of it.
Right. It's fantastic.
Yeah, just being able to just get that out in this matchup when you're ahead, and you can pretty much just sit on that for a while.
It's a negation too, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, special summon that back every turn.
All right, looks like he's going to be going over to Dante,
detach, mill. I don't think I've ever seen a Burning Abyss player mill less than 3.
No, I've seen it like once or twice. Like first turn mill 1, and it's just why? Unless
they shouldn't have even given them the option. I don't know.
Yeah, like unless you have to detach and you've already used every other effect in the deck.
Yes.
There's not really any time where you wouldn't want the mill 3, and even then you still get a chance to mill a Firelight to search with Dante anyway.
I believe he probably runs Breakthrough Skill or 2. So there are still some potential benefits from ditching cards.
For sure. So far Jeremy has 6,400 attack on the field. No other player taking any damage so far this round. And there we go. Now. All the attacks are going through.
Where's Gores when you need him?
Yeah.
Is that 2 now?
He is. You don't see him a whole lot. I have seen him in like every odd Shadal build. You'll see him every now and then.
I've seen a couple Mermail builds, Tech him too, just where they run so little back row, and he is level 7.
Yeah, no one expects him anymore.
No,
That's what
absolutely
makes
not.
him good.
And you know what? With a lot of the monsters these days being right around that 2,500 mark, he can attack over a good number of them.
You can. Yeah, and even you see, like even with what Jeremy was doing there, just shows that, you know, he was playing during the big gores era. You always attack with the weakest monster first, so you don't get the big token.
Still do that to this day.
Yep.
There's a little bit of psychology in there, right? I mean, especially if there's a back row and there's a D, like a Mirror Force or a D prison down.
Yeah. Mirror Force not seeing a whole lot, but I mean it's to the point now where you could almost run just one and it doesn't even have to resolve properly as long as your opponent sees you're running it.
Right.
That has a good effect on the entire rest of the
their
game.
psyche, absolutely.
Oh, he made a follow up with a Foolish Burial.
And a very pretty super Foolish Burial at that.
It is. Jeremy liking the bling. He I actually asked him about that one time before. He told me, I feel like because the cards are shinier,
you'll draw them
they'll
more
be
often.
better and you'll draw more often.
It's like if you have an ultimate first ed, Vanity's Fiend, you can still special summon and your opponent can't.
Yeah,
Sure,
it actually just gives them extra effects.
Oh.
Yeah.
Detached.
He's going to be detaching again.
And there's
three.
a Fire Lake.
Doesn't mill anything too good. Although Calcub actually not too bad in anything running artifacts. Just bounce back to the hand instead of popping them.
Exactly.
This will be overlaying. Are we going to see the Alucard for potentially game? Depends on what the face down is. Although realistically, in this case here, he can just go Nightmare Shark.
Nightmare Shark would attack for game, correct?
Yeah, that's pretty much the best play here. No, he goes
down the
Alucard. Taking the risk. We didn't have a Burning Abyss in hand for Virgil either. And yep, he hits the Beyond. Yeah. So yeah, he's still in this game.
Technically, yes. He'll float monsters on board the rest of the turn. It looks like.
Yeah, he can still top deck Raigeki.
It's possible.
Not much else.
No material on that Dante anymore.
No.
What's under that Alucard?
I think it's Calcub.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, looks like we had the Judge 8 there just for a minute, just to see. I assume if the Alucard actually triggers the effect, which it would in this case.
It would, yeah. Puts up a Cleafort at 316 sign.
Yeah, some of the comments.
Some interesting commentary going on over there, yes. Tumbleweed. Were we not talking for a moment? I don't know.
Yeah, we just had the stream running normally in between matches. We did have a request for some deck profiles. We might be able to look at doing that a little bit later today.
Maybe before top 8 or something.
Yeah. If you guys were wondering, we're actually all eating pizza.
Bacon and pepperoni even.
It was, yeah. The store had to deliver just kind of give everyone a quick bite to eat, keep the energy up for the day. We got 6 rounds before the top 8 cuts, so it's definitely gonna be a long day, especially after working Black Friday.
So I know you of course been to a YCS, and I've been to a couple of regionals in my day, but a lot of the people here have never been to a big tournament before.
No.
Which is quite exciting. We don't have a lot of them here in Newfoundland, of course. One of the secret tips is definitely to stay hydrated and nourished. I brought an energy drink as well as a couple TV dinners with me today, just in case I get hungry a little later.
Exactly. Yeah, that's one thing I noticed last YCS was up in YCS Toronto. You have no idea how long the day is.
No, exactly. I mean, you're going to be here for 12 hours probably, right? So.
Yeah, even day 2, just I ended up getting knocked out in round 10, and then just regionals and side events for the rest of the day.
Oh, not that you can complain, Mr. Ascension Sky Dragon. Just saying.
No, getting super lucky and just getting drawn for the random public event playoff, and against some less seasoned players.
Well, it's a very
to say
political
the
way of
least.
saying that.
It
yes.
is. Although one of them did actually win the Dragon Duel champion.
Oh, so that's
it's,
fair enough.
It's
That's
something.
an accomplishment in itself. So.
Yep.
So of course you went for a downer magician in main phase 2.
Yep. Definitely gonna come in handy next turn.
Depending on what monster he has on board, that may or may not do some piercing damage.
Yeah, it looks like I think it's a creation he has down there at that point. He should really though he should be setting the bagel talk at this point.
Might as well.
Yeah.
There's no reason why he wouldn't.
No. All Jeremy needs to do is just draw any Burning Abyss monster for game.
Right.
Yeah, and is he gonna flip it up? No.
Stormforth. Oh, that's painful.
Yep.
That's gonna be
good.
game.
Yep, that's game.
That's the match.
So Jeremy gets the match 2-0. Awesome. Definitely definitely a little bit one-sided, but such is the matchup when you're playing against a lot of people consider it just to be the straight-up best deck of the format.
I think I would agree with that. I believe that was the last match of the round, so I'm going to go get ready for my round 3. Thank you for having me.
No problem, John. Good luck today.
Thank you.
How y'all doing? Alright, so this is round 3. They're started? Alright, so we are started. We have John Mahoney running the Batterymen, and we have Dylan Woolridge running the Shadows. This is going to be interesting. Oh, anyway, Mahoney opens first. So we potted dualities. And I see he's right from the double cyclone. He's heavy on the spell and trap, possibly running artifacts as well. But he takes a Call to Haunted. From Dylan's hand, I can see a breakthrough skill and a Caius. So he opens up the 9-volt. I believe that's Industrial Strength. I'm not too familiar with Batterymen, but as of the support from the last set, I believe it's actually a pretty formidable deck. No, 9-volt is actually a really good card. It really gave this deck a push. Oh, I did believe I saw an Ignition, so that confirms he is running an artifact in there as well. Alright, so let's see, setting 3 back row. Now Mahoney's a pretty smart player. He probably made as anti-meta as he possibly could. Call the Haunted. Oh, it's getting another search, I believe. Yes, 9-volt will get another search. Yep, there are the Sanctums. So if I remember correctly, Batteryman really sets up as a microcell. Batteryman set up to go for an OTK. They're not really a slow play advantage, they just kill you as fast as they can. So let's see if Dylan can survive the onslaught of batteries. So he drew a Monic Storm for it. That could be a combo piece that he's looking for. Stormforth's a very powerful card with, I believe, oh god, what's his name? Apologize, I'm not familiar with some of the Batterymen names. Yeah, there's the Stormforth, the one he just drew, I believe. There's not much I don't think Dylan can do when it's since the monster's face down. And what was it? It was like a hedgehog. Alright, so he summons the Charger. So Mahoney could be setting up now for the OTK here. Yep. Mahoney's setting up for the OTK. If Dylan doesn't have something to stop those attacks, this could be it. But he has 3 back row and it's Shadows. Mine coming to. I gotta get Dave. Alright, so he's gonna pop this back row. If that. Oh, the breakthrough skill. Oh, that's cool. But special's another one. This is a huge board Mahoney has now. So if he can survive, if Dylan can survive this onslaught, he might be able to retaliate. Oh, the magic cylinder? God, that's so good. Magic cylinder. Oh my god. And they say the card's bad. So if you don't know, Magic Cylinder negates the attack, and the attack of the attacking monster is deducted from your opponent's life points. So essentially redirecting the attack. Magic Cylinder? God, yes. Alright, so he has survived the onslaught of Batteryman for the turn. Ooh, and he hit the Shadow Games. No, I believe Industrial Strength is tribute to Batteryman to pop a card on the field, if I remember correctly. I'm not quite sure what he sent. It's off our camera, but we'll find out. It might have been the Squamata, just to thin the deck out. Looks like he's going to send a Falco. Possibly setting up for something. Mahoney might have maybe an emptiness or something to stop that. Nope, it's good. The summon of the Falco is good. For those who say that ain't Falco, that certainly is Falco in this situation. Wow, that was bad. I apologize. Alright, so it looks like Mahoney turns over. See if Dylan can retaliate from this. Now, I do remember him having a Caius in his hand, so that really could help. So he flips the Falco. Special, I believe that was a dragon or a Squamata. I'm not sure what that was. Oh, there's the Caius that was mentioned earlier. So he's going to tribute the set one to summon Caius. Oh, and he hits the warning. See, that could have been bad because he could have synchroed with the okay. Now he's got to survive this onslaught now. He has no back row and he has, I think, 200 or 300 attack Falco. Yep, there's the pop. No, returns to hand, I believe. So I think it's a big 26 and 26. Oh, and that's it. That's the game. So Mahoney takes game 1 with his Batteryman. The nifty play from the Magic Cylinder, though, from Dylan's side. That's a card that a lot of people don't expect to play. One spoken of in myth. Oh, and it looks like Mahoney has Dekusakas. So deciding is in progress. Alright, so for those that are watching, how are you enjoying the tournament so far? I mean, we're on round 3 of possibly 6. I believe we have 24 entrants. For the first time, that's not too bad. We just managed to get hit with a bunch of snow, so a lot of people might have trouble facing the weather to get here. Next time. You'll get here next time. Don't worry. Oh yeah, well, I didn't know there was pizza either. But when I found out there was pizza, I was like, man, this is the best day ever. It was. I'm getting looks of disbelief from other players when I mention pizza. They just don't know. It looks like the siding is complete, so we're ready to start game 2. And there's the cut. Where's my pizza? Let me tell you something about the Nausea. Alright, so I'm not sure who's going to be opening. It looks like Dylan's going first. So he's just going to set a bunch. So we see a duality for a Sanctum, a Stormforth, and a Shadmere. That's probably a really tough choice because all three are actually really good cards. Sanctum, well, yeah, Sanctum just get the artifacts going. Stormforth to get at that Batteryman charger. And the Shadmere to shut down the Shadows temporarily. And he is taking the Shadmere. That's a good play on Mahoney's part. Because if need be, you can just play the Shadmere and just beat him down with one Batteryman. Interesting deck. There's a lot of Burning Abyss decks here. Mahoney has a Batteryman. There is a... Oh, Dekusaka. Oh, this could be... Dekusaka, now Dylan cannot activate those set cards. It's a great play, and of course Mahoney has a Shadmere, but unfortunately he can't really set it at the moment. But right now this is a crippling situation to get around, because 3 back row be shut down by Dekusaka is pretty good. He's going to attack for 17. Interesting deck. Let me see. Most interesting deck. There is a Trap Trick Rock Stun deck, which is pretty cool. We have one Shadow Burning Abyss mix. Shadow Burning Abyss artifact mix. Mahoney's pretty unique with Batterymen. But yeah, most of them are Burning Abyss. We do also have a, I believe, a Cyber Dragon, like a pure Cyber Dragon Power Bond, I'm a stomp your face kind of deck. Which is cool, because Cyber Dragon is one of my favorite cards. And seeing a deck around him is so good. Oh man. UAs? Oh man. Mighty Slugger is the card. So Mahoney, oh, Dekusaka has been destroyed. Let's turn away from the action. And Mahoney's setting everything. Oh my good god. If he has slotted into Chain Burn, I'm going to kick him. But, alright, so we have, looks like a dragon. Oh, the Microcell 2000 defense. That is a lot of defense on a level 1 monster. So that dragon cannot get around it. The advantage this deck creates is just so much. Yep, but Batteryman is definitely something we didn't expect, that's for sure. Oh, it wasn't 2000. I thought it was. I swear it was 2000 defense. Oh, got another one. The advantage doesn't stop. There are no brakes on this train. And plus, with that, with 5 back row, one of them being a Shadmere. Of course, Dylan knows that this is a Shadmere somewhere, as Mahoney had got it from a Pot of Duality earlier in the game. Alright, so Dylan passes his turn. So Mahoney with 3 cards in hand, with 5 set back row. Having 5. Oh, okay. Double Dragon beat. So the one that's closest to his deck, I'm going to call it Bimmy, and the other one that's on the other side, I'm going to call it Jimmy. So that way, Bimmy and Jimmy will beat him down. It looks like he's probably going for an Exceed. No, they're both light, and they're both Thunder, so I believe you get some pretty good Exceeds that are level 4. Oh, but he's summoning, I believe, the Charger. Alright, so he gets that micro, I believe the industrial strength. And you get a special that when you control 2 or more batterymen. Such a good card. Oh god, you know they will. He'll play the magical arm shield and therefore causing them to attack each other, just like, you know, you're playing multiplayer. It's going to happen. Bound to happen. Alright, so this is a pretty threatening field Mahoney has at 5 back row. Oh, we have an Exceed. Will we see a Star Liege? Will we see, what will we see? Ooh, the Omega. Constellar Omega. No. Where's Omega? Oh, and there's the other industrial strength. And he's exceeding? What is he going for? That's rank 6. No, he's not going to exceed. He's changing his mind. He doesn't know what he's doing. Oh, he's using the effect first. Okay, so one of the double dragons goes back to his hand. Leaving now only the single player campaign. Going to Pleiades. Not Pleiades, jeez, what am I saying? That is M7. Ptolemy M7. So he's going to bounce the other dragon. So the double dragons have been returned to the hand. He's going to swing for both. Now we do have his Shadow Games played, but Mahoney has 5 back row. But he does play the Shadmere. Oh, so he's going to send something to the grave, but it's not going to do very much. Unless he has some kind of answer. He's going to play the Fusion. That El Shadal Fusion is a quick play, basically polymerization for the deck. However, the Shadmere is still up. And unlike Shadow Fusion, you can only use things on the field or in your hand. You cannot send from the deck. And I don't know what he sent. Oh, the dragons. He's sending the double dragons. Was it the double dragons? Might have been. I see a dragon, and I'm not sure what else was, but he has construct, so one of them was a light monster. I think. I hope. But it was a good play, because he already used the effective of M7, and now he's a light monster. Since they're both special summoned, Mahoney's monsters I am talking about, if they try to butt heads with Construct, they will be destroyed. So that was a very good play on Dylan's part. So I'm assuming Mahoney's going to call off the attack if he does not want his things to die. Alright, so we have... He banishes Blackluster Soldier to summon the Constellar Serpent. Now that is an inherent summon, so however, when he triggers it, Shadmere will negate his effect to search for the other one. So, let me see. And he summons, it's like Bimmy is back in the game from the Double Dragons. Now his best play right now would be get rid of that M7, as M7 can bounce back the Construct during Mahoney's next turn. So it'll be during his best interest to get rid of that as soon as possible. Right now, Omega is not much of a threat. He's 2400. Oh, but we have the Sanctum. This could mean the end of his Construct. We'll see now if he has a bunch of artifacts. So I believe he summons the Begeltalk. No, he's going for the Moral Talk. Oh, he's destroying the dragon. Bimmy has nothing. He's gone. Like he just got thrown off the side of the stage, or off the cliff. But his eye can keep the Construct out, which is interesting. He must have a plan for Construct. Perhaps a deprison? Something? No, but it goes through. It's interesting he kept the construct alive. Alright, so he passes the turn. He must have some kind of plan for that thing, because right now he has nothing to get over construct. And since construct's a light effect, light attribute monster, the Shad Mirror won't do anything to it. But Bimmy, never forget, 3:55 p.m. Avalon Championships here at Midgard. Bimmy, he put in work. So Dylan in a pretty good position right now, because Mahoney had opted not to destroy construct with that moral attack. Yes, this is now Contra 3, the Alien Wars. Except no one's playing aliens, which is very upsetting, because aliens are a pretty good deck. Someone should make that. Shout out aliens so they can be Contra. That'd be most excellent, actually. That'd be a pretty good idea. If it weren't so bloody expensive, I'd make it myself. Oh. Alright, so Mahoney looks like he's... I don't know if he's looking at... He has just checking his graveyard. I don't think he has any dark monsters in there for any kind of chaos version. No, everything's light attribute. This is turning out to be a good game. The OTK was fought off. Called the Haunted. Alright, it looks like he might be bringing back one of those 9 volts to get more search power. Does he have some kind of emptiness? Does he have MST? Because that 9 volt will get the search when it hits the field. Looks like he might have something. He has the wiretap. Alright, so that Call the Haunted goes... It's pretty good. I mean, there's already enough advantage. So Mahoney only has 2 back row left. Dylan has fought through the entirety of that back row, and it looks like his hand is all monsters. And did he open 2 Call the Haunts? I don't know what he's thinking. Oh, here's a Denkusaka. Oh, he magic cylinders the Omega, but the Omega's gonna use effect to make himself unaffected by it. The magic cylinder putting in work, scaring that Omega. So he sets the card and passes the turn. Now, what's interesting is Mahoney could run Honest too, because Denkusaka, however you pronounce it, is a light monster as well. Construct looks like he's attacking. Not sure what he's attacking. Possibly the Omega to get rid of it. Possibly the Saka. Oh, it's the Sanctum. And he used the wiretap on the Call the Honda, not on the Sanctum. And that Moral Attack pops it. This is a very bad position now for Dylan. With the field presence. Oh, but he does get the El Shadal fusion back. But the Mind Crush on the El Shadal fusion gets rid of it. So this is a horrible position right now for Dylan. But just in case, just for kicks, let's play the second Shad Mirror. So now Tikusaka's effect is activated, so Dylan can no longer set. And the Pleiades. This is a horrible position now for Dylan. And that's the game. I believe that looks like a scoop. You can't play any of it. And I believe that is the game. So Mahoney takes it 2-0. Batteryman defeating Shadows. Unless he's citing the Mistake. Mistake's pretty good against Batteryman. Oh, the Grand Mole. Alright, that was pretty good. Batteryman takes it in 2. But I gotta throw some shoutouts out to Bimmy and Jimmy. The Dragons, they put in work. Never forget. So what we're going to do is we are going to have a little interview with the Double Dragon himself, Mr. Dylan. He's going to come out and talk about what he thinks of the match. I mean, this is definitely an interesting matchup, something you don't see very much. Is it that bad? The pulsing camera? Alright, so here we come. Mr. Dylan, maybe? Yep. Oh, Mr. Dylan. I believe hand the mic over to you. I believe we have a second headset.
Yeah.
So I gotta say, the Double Dragons, Bimmy and Jimmy, were putting in work,
Yeah.
having the Double Dragons out. So how'd you find the matchup with Batteryman?
It was a pretty good matchup. It's a good deck.
It's definitely something that's not seen very often.
Yeah. I think I should have probably went to Winda, probably first turn. Still waiting for Construct.
I think so. Construct, it got you around the notice the M7.
Yeah.
Also, he must have had double sanctums. I noticed that he played the first moral attack to destroy your dragon. I'm like,
Yeah.
why didn't he destroy Construct? He must have
That-
something planned. So.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yep, but he was in fact afraid of Exciton. That is why he didn't kill it. I was questioning why. But
Yeah. I don't even remember
you
next time.
still got it. So when the Construct, I believe they're saying Construct is actually now Contra 3 Alien Wars. So they're making some alien shadows. But yeah, he played pretty good. First game I thought was pretty rough. I mean,
Yeah.
he just went balls to the wall and just got you. But you almost came back second game though. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
So does any changes you probably make to your shadows now, or
I'm going to go down to 2 Wyvern and 2 Claps now.
they're dead in your hand?
Yeah. The clogging.
They're good in like theory, but then you start drawing them, you're like, oh no,
Yeah.
I can't do this. But normally for those dragons, I believe you have mostly dark monsters, so
Yeah.
you run probably, I've seen 3 lights and maybe 2 darks, just to have more, because you build some of the light
Yeah.
more often. But what do you run, 2 and 2 now?
Yeah. This one won't run now.
Okay. It's just another monster you can summon. So. Oh. No. I'm not going over. Oh, God. Yeah, so what is your record now?
2-1.
2-1, that's not bad. I mean, we got a couple more rounds to go yet.
Yeah.
You're still in pretty good shape. I'm not going to lie. Pretty good shape. And so it looks like most of the decks here are Burning Abyss. How do you feel with that?
I got a good side deck for Burning Abyss.
It's pretty good. You got, well, Shadmere is not something you really want to side,
No.
but I say you probably got some good stuff
Yeah.
secretly poked away for Burning Abyss. Yeah, Burning Abyss is definitely a troublesome matchup. Even with the decks I have, they're very, very troublesome. But I believe there's at least 3 of them. Maybe 4. I'm not 100% sure.
I think there's 4.
There's probably 4
For what I've seen.
Burning Abyss monsters. Or decks. So they only run 4 monsters.
Yeah.
They don't run any, just 4 Burning Abyss monsters. That is it. Torgon engine. That's it.
Who needs Tour Guide?
I don't know. Why'd you run Torgon in the Burning Abyss deck? I mean, it's
Yeah.
not like it fuel stuff. Nope, but it's pretty good. We are still doing, I believe, good on time here now. We still have a couple more matches being played. I'm not sure when we're doing best best Burning Abyss counter is Ned Flanders. Oh, good God. Good old Flanders.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of interesting sides. I believe people have been playing Flying Sea, I believe, that's a pretty good common side card against it. What I find troublesome about that though is the trap, the Fire Lake trap. Oh,
I got 3 wiretaps for that.
3 wiretap. I was thinking, like last time I played it, I was playing my my UAs,
Yeah.
and I couldn't keep the field up because I'd summoned something and Fire Lake gone,
Yeah.
and it sucked. But yeah, does that? And I think you can recycle it as well, can't
Yeah.
you? Yeah, that's nuts. That's absolutely nuts. Oh, we are clearing stuff up, I believe. No, we are still playing. How many matches we got left playing? We have. How many matches we got left playing on the go now? Three more. Oh, 3 more rounds in top 8. Okay. So we are having, I believe, 6 rounds. So 3, not including this one, or 6 rounds. Oh man, I hope people brought their feety pajamas. We will be here for a while. So I, in fact, did not bring my feety pajamas. and I am sad.
I brought a pillow.
He brought a pillow. This guy is prepared for the worst. Power goes out. We're stuck here because of another freak blizzard.
Yeah.
Screw it. We got a pillow. We got a blanket. He's set.
We got Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
We got Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Man, that's a night right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw the play. I was like, oh my god. Oh man, I was saying Bimmy and Jimmy. Like, never forget out here. So. Yeah, it's definitely a good deck though.
I actually found that the baby cage dragons help so much. They black. I ran 3 black 1 white. I always have black targets in grave, right? So
Yep.
play turn 1, 9 volt, search charger, grave. Turn 2, banish 9 volt for black. Tribute for charger. Search for white, and special summon for 9 volt. Then you can banish black for the white, and search. So you'll have a fuel cell.
Yeah.
9 volt charger. Yeah. Light. And you can go and rank 4 piece.
It's hurting. That is hurting.
Had that hand too, waiting for next turn. I knew it was going to look, but I just didn't think it was going to happen.
Let me get rid of these, I suppose. Yes, sir. All right, we'll be back momentarily. No, not my shell. Alright, so we're going to start the next round soon. We are getting settled away to begin. I'm unsure who's going to be on feature, but we will let you guys know momentarily. Alright, it looks like the feature has been selected. Alright, so we are back. We have Lee Hanrahan versus Jeff Edmonds. And I believe... So, we have Lee playing the Lightsworn Shadows, and we have Jeff playing Boojins. Should be interesting, because we haven't seen Boojins in quite some time. Yeah, as opposed to every round back at Outcast. We'll... No, after seeing the shuffle, I can confirm I've seen a Yamato, so we are confirmed playing Boojins. I'll show you everything. Alright, so the shuffling there started. Alright, so we are... this is not 1-0. Good God. Alright, so the shuffling has begun. So this is going to be an interesting matchup, definitely. Tanning booth match. Oh God. Alright, so I'm not sure if we decide who's going to go first yet. So if you're unfamiliar with Boojins, I don't know who those who are unfamiliar with them. Basically, it's overprotective, the deck. And we have Lightsworn Shadows, which are Shadows, but more Lightsworns. Alright, so Jeff rolls a 4. Lee rolls a 2, so Jeff decides. And I believe he might be going first. Oh, and he opens a Tenki and a Crane and a Hare. That's a beautiful opening for Boojins. So he's going to search that Yamato. So Crane is like honest, doubles the attack of a Boojin. And I believe Hare prevents the destruction of a Boojin for that turn. So we have Yamato's effect. You can either add to the hand and send to grave. And he's going, looks like, I couldn't tell what that was. It might have been a turtle. Turtle negates something that targets it. And I see Lee with a Compulse, a Raiden, I believe. A second Raiden. But Solar Recharge. It's all fun and good. Oh, he drew the Regeki and the Lumina, I believe. So look at his hand is Lumina, Regeki, I believe. And the Regeki will kill the Yamato right now. So actually, it might be a pretty good play to play the Regeki, but I don't think he's going to. However, it might be worse than probably with a Lance or something. So those two unknown back row. But he mills 2 for Raiden's effect, and milling a Shadow Fusion and a Solar Recharge. Not the greatest mills from that. But that's what Lightsworns do. It's luck. You gotta hopefully get good mills. And if they do mill, hopefully they don't mill the JDE. But you see the end phase Typhoon, and he's hitting the Compulse, which you just set, so no activation. So that's compulsing the Yamato at the end phase. Boy, might that be a good idea, especially if it's not the Bujin player's turn. Alright, so we have a search, I believe, off a Skomata. So, what does he send? Looks like he sent a dragon to pop his other back row, which I couldn't quite tell what it was. As the camera is just off screen, which kind of can't see his graveyard. That long reach. Yeah, he's got the reach advantage. Oh, he has a second Yamato in his hand. But he summons the hair. Oh, but he summons that emptiness. What has he got in plan? Okay, there it goes. You shouldn't really have popped the emptiness right away because Yamato can just run over Raiden. Unless he's maybe expecting some kind of exceed for maybe Saswano or something. Alright, so he attacks with the hair, just poking them for that damage. Oh, good guy. Alright, and here is the possibly Saswano, maybe a Tiger King. No, here's not a beast. The beast warrior. You can't go Tiger King with this. There's the Saswano. Alright, that's probably what Lee was worried about. So he's going to send the hair to add a Bujin from deck to hand, or I believe send from deck to graveyard. So Jeff, he has a bit of an advantage right now. He has a hare in the graveyard and a turtle in the graveyard and a crane in his hand. So his stuff is not going anywhere anytime soon. Especially against Shadows, as most of their things do actually target. So it's possibly worrisome now for Lee. It's his turn. I can't tell what he drew, but he has the Lumina in his hand, and Jeff has no back row. So unless he has an effect available, you can't really stop Lumina right now. We have the grave check. Oh, there's 2 hares in the graveyard. Oh, he's really not going anywhere anytime soon. 2 hares and a turtle in his graveyard. And an unknown crane in his hand, unknowingly to Lee. But Lumina, looks like it... oh, I see a Judgment Dragon and a Regeki. Unfortunately, Regeki will not do anything right now. Lumina is carding Shadow Beast. Splash back to Raiden. Now, Raiden mills 2. He mills a Lumina, so he gains a little bit of an attack boost. But unfortunately, if he goes to Michael right now, Michael can't do much to Saswano. So he can't run it over because of the crane in his hand, which he doesn't know about. And he can't damage it with his effect, because Turtle can just negate it. So it's a pretty tight spot for Lee, as Jeff really has that monster protected. See, he's thinking about Michael, but that turtle is in the graveyard. And the way Jeff's been playing, he hasn't been adding crane from deck to hand, so he should know that he possibly has a crane in his hand. But the synchro's good. So he's going for Michael. Looks like he's going for the Lightsworn Angel Michael. Now the turtle in the graveyard will prevent Saswano from going anywhere, but he's attacking. And there's the crane. So, I guess the effect of Michael is shuffle all the Lightsworns back in, he gains some life points. Don't know if that's what he wanted to do, but with that JD in his hand. But I'm actually not sure if JD was live, actually. No, it turns out Judgment Dragon was not live in his hand. It's actually a dead card in his hand right now, which is not good. Especially with the low amount of card presence he has. So he has 2 different names in the grave. But he does gain a bit of life points back. Can't tell what they're at right now, but we'll see how this turns out. Oh, we had the flop. This is the classic. I'm going to side in my 3 cards as I drop it. Jokes, jokes. Alright, there we have the cut. So right now, Lee has nothing, and Jeff can just search for another crane during his next turn. And this looks like that's what he might do, just probably search, because he has another Yamato in his hand. So searching crane, there it is. So this is a very bad position for Lee right now. There's another Yamato. So looks like he's attacking with both. Poke for looks like half his total life points. Be about 20, 25. Boojins. Oh, we are rooting for Boojins here now to beat Shadows. And oh, he has a bottomless as well. That is hurting. But he already has a crane. Looks like he might be sending a turtle. I think another turtle. Alright, so that's the end of the turn. Jeff will pass from there. So we have a Regeki, a Hedgehog, and a JD. Regeki and JD are not going to be doing anything right now. But I just hope. Looks like this could be really bad. Or classic Jeff answering his phone middle of the match. It's like, hey mom, look how bad I'm beating Shadows. Anyways, that was the game. Jeff had Lee locked down pretty good. There's not much he could do with all that protection. Ghost Tricks, they are played at locals, but currently in this tournament, no one is playing Ghost Tricks. But there are a scatter few Ghost Trick and Ghost Trick variants floating around locals. But unfortunately, none today. So siding is now in progress as Jeff takes game 1. Ghost Tricks are always interesting. I have I was trying Ghost Trick Monarchs before. That was something. But pure Ghost Tricks are always fun. Especially with your, was it your skeleton, the mill face down? That's always good. Oh, what was that? No? Alright. Get that upside down shuffling. Alright, so it looks like we're ready to start game 2. Jeff taking the 1-0 lead over Lee. Jeff playing Boojin. Lee playing Lightsworn Shadows. There's a scatter few Shadow decks here today too. Mostly, yeah, Shadows and Burning Abyss. They're the biggest decks here right now. I do believe we have 2 Quillord decks. Right, looks like we are ready to start game 2. Now Lee, he lost. He decides if he goes first. Oh, no, we have a big old pile shuffle. So when Lee's done, he can decide if he wants to go first or second. And I can see he's using some Coliseums and some Vanity's Engines. So good in that deck. Alright, so Lee, I believe, is going first. And we got the Solar Recharge. Pitching Lila. Draw 2, and he mills another. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Milling a Solar Recharge and a Charge to Light Brigade is really unfortunate. Alright, he summons Raiden, sets 2. Raiden, he mills a Squamata and a Lumina, so Squamata does get the effect. Good old Shadow Squadala, we're off. Sending Beast. Beast can draw a card. Oh, the camera. We are having an earthquake, apparently. Nope. Alright, so he sets 2, and let me see what Jeff opens Yamato. It looks like Light Imprisoning Mirror. I can't tell. It's one of the imprisonings. Oh, it's Shad Mirror. Okay. Summon Yamato. He sets 2. Is he going to attack? No, he's not going to attack. But on the end phase, a breakthrough skill. So there's no search for Yamato this turn. Oh, and what a time to draw that. It looks like Lee's drawing Dimensional Fissure. Now that hurts both decks. And it's actually kind of interesting because normally with no graveyard, Boojins can probably beat down Light Swarms a bit more. Because you can still use Crane, I believe. And you can still use Honest. Oh, he looks like, yeah, he's playing the Soul Charge. So he's going for something here now. He's going for something big. Summons back a Lumina. Oh, just summons back 1 Lumina. And Lumina's effect, he will discard what looks to be a wolf. No, he's not using it. What is he doing? Yeah, he's discarding a wolf. Oh, with the breakthrough. So he loses that wolf in his hand. Like, it was doing so much in his hand as is. But it's probably better to be off in the graveyard. So I believe, let me see, he has a Lila in the grave. So I believe now he has 3 different Lightsworn names in his graveyard. No, he has 4. So right now, Judgment Dragon is actually live. And Jeff does not believe he has anything in his graveyard, so he cannot protect the banishing of Yamato. So in turn, oh, what a mill. We mill Phyllis, and I believe a dragon. Dragon pops that back row, and that was, oh, that's Shad Mirror. Strange didn't activate it. He actually could have activated the Shad Mirror. Here's the Tinky. Yeah, Jeff definitely could have used the Shad Mirror that time to prevent its destruction because it just negates the effect. But he opted not to. Unless I'm mistaken somehow. Oh, and he... So Phyllis, he can just pop himself to pop a card, but he's leaving him there. Strategy did not actually play the D-Fisher at the end of his turn, because right now with this being up, having the D-Fisher would have helped against Jeff now playing Yamato. It's better to save it and then play it once you have field presence. Unless he might have a Macrocosmos maybe set, because that would be, then again he probably would have played it by now. Jeff's ending his turn. No, he's not playing his? Yes, I don't know what he sent, but he's doing something. I just wish the graveyard was in view of the camera. Yep, right now Judgment Dragon would be a thing, and he is live. There are, I believe, 4 different Lightsworn names in his grave, and he has a Judgment Dragon in his hand. So this could be really bad for Jeff right now, because I don't think he has really any way to protect Yamato. Especially if... True, they are not using Breakthrough Skills' secondary effect. Right now, they wouldn't really have a reason to use it, because they can only use that on their turn. Oh, and they're banished Yamato. Yeah, because Breakthrough Skill, you can only use it on your turn from your graveyard, and I guess there'll be no real situation to use it. Alright, now it looks like he does have the Judgment Dragon in his hand, and a Dimensional Fissure. Strangely has not played the Dimensional Fissure yet. With Judgment Dragon being live, he should play the Dimensional Fissure. But he's opting not to. He's ending his turn to get the mills. This is a very bad position for Jeff right now. But it's just weird that he has... Wait, what? Wait, how do you mill the cards? What's he doing? Did I miss something? I guess his turn wasn't over. Alright, well, he drops the Judgment Dragon and the Chaos Sorcerer. And that looks like it might be... Is a game, that's a lot of damage. That's 26... 30... Oh my, that's a lot. He's not dead. He's hanging. We living. Now he's going to mill, I think, 8 cards now. So if Jeff can stall him out at this point, he's laughing. Oh, we're getting a deck check just to see how many cards are actually left in Lee's deck. In case he does want to try and stall him out, because he has to mill 8 cards every turn now. And that's a lot of monsters. Now, Skomata has to send a Shadow if he chooses to use it. So his deck is getting a little thin. If Jeff can hang on, he can actually stall out Lee for him to deck out. And of course, when you cannot draw a card from your deck, because there's none left, you lose. So Lee is putting on the push right now, but his deck is getting pretty thin. So what can Jeff get here now? Ooh, a Kaiser. Kaiser Coliseum is very nice right now. However, he has no way to really stop any of those, all but the emptiness, and there's the scoop. Okay. We are going to game 3. So Lee with a huge field, and Jeff just not being able to get things going. That initial breakthrough skill probably cost him the game, because he couldn't get the engine going. So the second sideboard will be in play. Ooh, I do see a Curse Seal Forbidden Spell. That is a card that's getting more popularity, especially with Quillorts around. Shadow Fusion, hit that, that's gone. Quillort Scout, gone. Can't play it again. It's a good card. It's a very good card. It looks like he's siding out some stuff, siding out the Compulse maybe. Oh, I do see the Sekkas in there. Now Sekka's getting a lot of popularity just because of the power of the card. Sekka's a beautiful card. So I believe Jeff is going to be going first here, once the camera is done auto-focusing in on the action we have here. We have our initial deck cuts, and let's see if Jeff can get the Yamato off first turn, 'cause that would be beautiful for Jeff to be able to get a Yamato first turn. Alright, let me see. I do see he drew a hare, an honest. He's going to summon the hare. He's going to set a Typhoon, and I don't know what that one, but he does have a Kaiser Coliseum. Now this can really, really screw up a player if you have no out to Kaiser. See, I do see a Mirror Force, which is actually not bad against Boojins because it doesn't target. We discard the Wolf for Solar Recharge, draw 2 to mill 2. We milled a Lila and a Lila. That really sucks when you are facing a Kaiser Coliseum. Does he have an MST? That looks like a Shadow Fusion. I can't tell what that is at this angle. But milling those 2 Lilas, that really sucks because, yeah, it is a Shadow Fusion. Alright, I see a Shadow Fusion, possibly another Solar Recharge. Can't quite tell. Alright, so Lee facing down an Unknown 2 back row and a Kaiser Coliseum. And unfortunately, milling those 2 Lilas are 2 outs to Kaiser. And facing a Shadow deck, Kaiser really doesn't hurts it a fair bit. You can't really do anything. Oh, he's going to set a monster. Maybe it's a Raikou to... and the end phase space kills the Mirror Force. The Mirror Force being a good card against Boojins, just because if you have no hair in the graveyard. But Jeff has a Crane and an Honest in his hand. He's going to summon the Crane, which I don't believe you can use a Crane on, but he's on a hare. This could be going to a Sassuano to search for a Yamato, I believe. Unless he has something else in mind. Nope, he is going to go into it. And he's going to discard that hare, which is a very good idea to stop the destruction of a Boojin. Now, it would be best for him to search Yamato right now to get the deck going. He does have a Yamato, doesn't he? He should. He should. He does have an Honest in his hand. So he's not really worried about being run over. And not worried about being destroyed because of hair in the graveyard. So the only real thing he could be worried about is a Michael being dropped because he can't stop the band unless he just sent a turtle. I can't tell what he just sent because the graveyard is off screen, but he sent something. He didn't add a Yamato. So that might have been a turtle to protect him from the Light Sworn Michael. So right now, if it is, he is fully protected from anything we can do to him right now. Oh, it is a Shadow Dragon. And I believe Dragon returns a monster to the hand when it's flipped face up. But looks like he must have had a turtle to negate it. So he still has the Kaiser. There's a Shadow Fusion. Now he could go into a Construct here and just run it over. Because it was special summon, he has no worries about Honest or Crane. So that would be the best idea to go into, would be the Construct right now. Window would be actually kind of a terrible idea because the deck for Boojins doesn't really special summon very much. And when they do, it's only once a turn. But he's using from his hand, a beast from his hand. And, okay, so what else are you going into? I hope it's a Construct. That would be your best out right now. Is he going for a window? Oh, wait, what's he doing? You're not actually summoning anything. Where's your fusion? Winda, it is Winda. Oh, he has a compulsory, okay. So he has a backup strategy. Unfortunately, he's going to have to use that thing in his draw during Jeff's draw phase, or he's going to be able to search a Yamato off this Sassuano right now. Unknowingly to him, he has an Honest. Oh, but he has a Chaos Sorcerer. That's why he's not worried. Alright, so the Chaos Sorcerer vanishes in the end phase Typhoon. Or unless maybe it was an end phase? Yes, it was an end phase. Alright, so staring at a Chaos Sorcerer and a window right now, only with 2 cards in his hand. Oh, he has a Sokka and an Honest. Now, it would be... Ooh. So this is a pretty good thing, but the Chaos Sorcerer is worrisome. The window is probably not too worrisome right now, but that Chaos Sorcerer could be something to scoff about. All right, so he summons the Sekka. So if you're unsure with Sekka, when you control no face-down spell and trap cards, neither player can set spell and trap cards nor activate ones that are already set on the field. So he's going to attack the Chaos Sorcerer and drop the Honest. So that's 1,700 to the face. More importantly, that Chaos Sorcerer is out of play. By out of play, I mean destroyed. Because it doesn't vanish, because that will be broken. Unfortunately, Jeff has no cards in his hand, and he's staring down a Winda, and Winda can just simply run over Sekka. He has a Soul Recharge, but fortunately, get that back. Nope, you can still play spells, you just can't set them. There's another card next set, I believe, that actually will stop you from playing spells. Oh no, he has a Judgment Dragon in his hand. And there's no way Jeff can protect his monster right now. However, does he have 4 Light Sworns? I know he has a Lumina. There's a Lumina. There's a Lila and a Wolf. Looks he only has maybe 3 Light Sworns in his graveyard with different names. So I was wondering if he can push, and when a Bujin is top decking, it's not good. And he's going to summon the Lumina, maybe? Alright, so he summons back the Wolf to run over the Sekka, and it looks like Jeff is in a very bad position right now. Staring down a Winda and a Lumina. Alright, so Lee in a very good position over Jeff right now. Oh, you're getting the Shadow Fusion back. You cannot play it this turn because he had already special summoned off the Lumina. Alright, so what did Jeff drew? He drew a Crane. Oh, this is not good. Well, Lumina is destroyed. Jeff is not out of this yet. Crane is something you do not want to... Well, if you have top decking, but he drew an Emptiness. So he does... he has Lumina, Lila, Raiden. He only has 3 since he brought back that Wolf. He does not have 4 Light Sworns in his graveyard. And he has no way of getting Wolf there unless he's destroyed. And there goes Crane. There's going to be a direct hit from Winda. Alright, so this is he has the Emptiness. Oh, he's going to activate the Emptiness. Oh, and Jeff drew a breakthrough skill, and there's the handshake, and that is the game. And Lee takes it 2-1 with his Light Sworn Shadows. So Shadows taking the victory over Bujins in round 3. Is it round 3 or round 4? This is round 4 out of 6. Ooh, and Lee siding in a Dirge. I don't think Dirge actually hurts Bujins that much. But, I don't know. Maybe he was really worried about Suswano or something. But, yeah, so the game's over. We'll get back to you guys momentarily.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Steve has taken a break from the commentary for now, and this is Dave again. So we actually got a pretty exciting feature match for you guys here going into. This is 1, 2, 3, going into I believe round 4 already, or no, actually round 5. We're on round 5 already, man. The day has gone by so fast. So that on the player on the left, we're going to be having Paul Mulrooney, who's going to be playing Trap Tricks Rockstun. Definitely an interesting deck there. Versus Cody Pike, who is going to be playing a Melodious deck. So definitely some stuff that you don't see every day. Both players playing pretty unique decks here, and both doing actually pretty well here today. I believe both players are X1 at this point. We do have one more round of Swiss after this before we make the top 8 cut. So without further ado, let's dive right into this match here. Paul opens up with 2 set back rows, and Cody has the normal. I don't even know the name of it. That's how rogue this deck is. Solo first movement, I believe, is the name of that. But looks like that got hit with a solemn. He's following that up with a foolish burial. Going to be dumping something into the graveyard here. Yeah, you will have to forgive me this time. Like I said, I've never properly seen Melodious running before. I haven't really used them myself. And even some of the card names I will learn along the way. Alright, looks like Cody's got the Summoner Monk. Paul wondering if he's going to respond to anything there. Yep, using the effect, discarded the Upstart Goblin. Yeah, that brings in another Melodious monster, so he can go into a rank 4 here if he wants to. For what I do know about the deck, actually, Summoner Monk is actually really, really important. All the Melodious monsters tend to get better effects when they're special summoned. So doing so by any means necessary, especially Summoner Monk, is actually a pretty good choice. And Cody does get hit by Imbus T there in the end phase, taking out one of his back rows. Alright, plays back over to Paul. Paul looks to have all monsters in his hand. Some Quacky Meru there, kind of the staple of Rockstun. Shuts down the opponent's moves. Starts off with the Wall, who's the he contributed himself to negate a spell. Definitely good to keep that solo from resolving. He's making an attack, takes out the Summoner Monk. Is he going to be doing anything else? Yeah, he reveals his rock so that the wall is not destroyed, and looks like we're going to have another Melodious monster brought back by Paul the Haunted in the end phase. And he does use the effect. Will Paul respond? No, I think we're just... yeah, that's always the fun thing about rogue decks. Everyone got to kind of stop for a minute, read what's going on. And you can very easily lose the decks when you don't know what they do. That's the scary part. And if you're playing in any kind of a half-decently large event, the first couple of rounds where you see a lot more of this kind of stuff is way more dangerous. All right. So with that, actually, guys, we are having just a little technical difficulty here. We will be back in a few moments. And we are back. I do apologize for that, guys. We did have a couple of things that we had to straighten out there. With that, it actually looks like game 1 just finished while I was away. So we'll be back on game 2 here in just a sec. Alright, guys, just had to correct a couple of things at the table there. Looks like the guys actually moved the mats a little bit, got that all messed up, a little bit of life point issues there. But with that, we are going to be moving into game 2. Cody got round 1. And Paul really kind of just did not know what he was playing against. And like I said, when that happens, there's not really a whole lot you can do. You can be taken by surprise, and that's kind of the one thing that Rogue has over, your normal decks. People just don't know how to play against him. So Paul starts off with a Fossil Dyna in 3 back row. Cody upstarts and then blind MSTs. Not really. Oh, and he actually hits the skill drain. Definitely would have been better to wait for that skill drain to activate before each, and then chain the MST as opposed to just, using a blind. You never really want a blind MST unless you're kind of a little bit desperate. You want to be able to just, make your push for game, or, you could have 2 MSTs and just want to take out both, and it's not really as blind there. You're just making 2 separate plays. So he does some of the Curry Bandit, sets 2 back row. End phase effect for the Curry Bandit. We have a Solemn, another Curry Bandit, an Honest, Foolish Burial, and another Summoner Monk. So he does have choice between Foolish and Solemn at this point. And he takes Foolish Burial. All the rest of the cards do go to the graveyard. Alright, plays back over to Paul. Just checking this back row there. I know he does have a Myrmelio in hand, so he can make a move there. Yeah, he does summon the Myrmelio after switching the Fossil Dyna to defense. Does not want that to die off easily. Cody's deck does focus a lot on special summons, and having that Fossil Dyna out will slow him down considerably until he's able to get rid of it. It looks like Paul's actually going to be searching the Time-Space Trap. A bit of an interesting choice. Most players will usually go to Bottomless first, unless Bottomless is one of his set cards. If that's the case, then that would make perfect sense. That's not a lot of the cards that Cody's using activate on someone from what we've seen so far. So definitely looking like Paul's got a fairly solid field here. Just in the early game of round 2, and looks like Cody actually activates Oasis of Dragon Souls. So that's just gonna bring back a Summoner Monk in defense. It's now treated as a worm type. Kind of like a, more like a defensive Call of the Haunted. And yeah, Paul does have his Fossil Dyna up, so that summon does not happen. The attack with Myrmelio does go through, bringing Cody down to 6,400. Alright, turn is back to Cody. What is he going to do? He does have the Foolish Burial in his hand from the Curry Bandit search not too long ago. He is going to activate it. Going to be sending something to the graveyard. What are we going to see? Yeah, one of the Melodious monsters, I believe Arya is the one that he sent there. See if he is going to be able to break Paul's field. That's the interesting thing about Rockstone, especially with Trap Tricks added in. It's going to be pretty tough to break, especially since they run a lot of disruption and a lot of cards that just don't really let you play your strategy the way that you want to play it. Yeah, So Cody does summon one of his monsters there. Not much happens, though. And play passes right back over to Paul. Paul draws Duality there. Probably going to use that since he can't special summon anyway. Might be able to get a Quackimero monster or something like that. Be able to put on more pressure. Because really the only thing that Cody has here that's any kind of a threat is potentially that back row, depending on what it is. So Paul looks like he has Quackimero Wall, a Deep Prison, as well as a Block Golem. So Block Golem's actually an interesting choice in this. He can be used to get some more rock monsters on the field. You don't really see it a whole lot, but definitely a surprisingly powerful card, especially for this kind of a deck. Deck that's not really too popular anymore, but there was a time where Rockstone was actually a pretty common threat that you used to have to keep your eye out for. Alright, and looks like so he does have that Deep Prison, and also looks like he has a Legendary Jiu-Jitsu Master in hand. That's a card I've not seen in quite a long time. It used to be really, really popular way back in the day, since it had 1800 defense, which not a lot could get over. I used to be able to tie with Stratos and a lot of other commonly played monsters at the time, and just get them sent right back to the deck. So definitely a potentially powerful ability in the form of the Jiu-Jitsu Master there. And Cody with not many answers to Paul's field. Without being able to special summon, there are very few things that he is going to be able to do here. Looks like he drew another Oasis Soul, 7 mats. It's pretty much dead as long as the Fossil Dyna is out. Oh no. Oh, I think he may have misplayed there. Yep, so yeah, hopefully we'll have a judge on that here in just a second. Alright, so we did have to kind of interject a little bit there and get one of the judges to go out and get that straightened away with. But play is back to normal. There was a little bit of an issue there. Cody tried to use both Oasis Soul and Breakthrough Skill on the same chain, which you can't really do in that situation. So he is in a very rough spot. He did have the right intentions there, just didn't quite play out the ideal way that it was supposed to. Alright, Cody just wondering what he's going to do there. So now that the Fossil Donna is negated, he can use Call of the Haunted. So he does bring back one of the Melodious monsters there. But the big question here is what is going to be the follow-up? Since he's yet to be able to do anything to Paul's field. Paul's got a very well-established field. Monsters aren't too big, but and he does Solemn the Call, so really doing exactly what the deck's supposed to do, and just putting the stun on Cody, preventing him from actually being able to play out a strategy at all this time. Yeah, even in terms of card economy too, Paul is way ahead. He does have 5 cards on the field, but 4 cards in hand to Cody's 2 dead cards on the field and 3 in hand. And with that, looks like that is going to be the end of round 2 as we go into round 3 in this. Paul just completely dominating that match, setting up a good field early on, preventing Cody from doing absolutely anything in that match. However, we just still have one more game to go, and looks like Paul is slowly starting to figure out how the deck works, and we'll see very shortly if he's going to fall prey to to the whole rogue strategy once again.
Trevor Luke, come on. Yeah, it's the first time I pulled it off today. Okay. I did. I got my Trevor Luke going.
Yeah. So if any of you guys out there who are watching are interested, we do have local tournaments out here at Midgard Gaming every Wednesday at 6:30 and Sunday at 12:30. So if you're interested in Yu-Gi-Oh but haven't really hit the tournament scene before, definitely come on down. It's only $5 for the entry for the tournament, and our usual turnout is, somewhere in the 20s, about 4 or 5 rounds every time. Lots of fun. Really, really great community here overall. And I do highly encourage anyone who isn't already regular to come on down, try it out, and have some fun playing the cards with us. Alright, so it looks like the guys are finished their side in there. We are going to be starting in on round 3. So Cody does get the pick of whether or not he wants to go first. And is he going to take the first play?
What's your record right now? 5-0. 5-0.
Yes, he will. So he's summoning the Summoner Monk. Looks like he actually pitched the Soul Charge. Very powerful late game card, but again, he does need to get a pretty good field set up first in case Paul drops another Fossil Dyna or anything that's going to stop his special summons. That's the interesting thing when it comes to Rockstone, actually. If you just get a really, really big field up and don't attack, they've got very few ways to actually just deal with your field. They run Grand Mole and usually just Raigeki, sometimes Dark Hole. But aside from those 3 cards, they really don't have any way to deal with a big established field, especially if the monsters have 2,000 or more attack. So, plays back over to Paul. He pops the back row with an MST. Still has 5 cards in hand. How is he going to handle the 3 defense position monsters that Cody has? Looks like he is going to be summoning the Quakimeru Wall. Definitely a good choice. Able to run over the Summoner Monk in that case. Along with 2 back row. Passes play back over. Did not reveal for his cost, but I did see that he did have a rock monster in the hand, so they may have just verbally communicated that in that case. Cody still has the 2 monsters in hand. Special summons another Melodious monster in defense. Will Paul have a response? Something like a Torrential now could be devastating here, taking out all the field presence that Cody's managed to build up. So he does switch it to attack position. Just double checking the effect of one of the other monsters here. I believe that is the one that boosts attack. Is Paul going to have a response? It looks like he does have that deep prison down. Is he going to activate it? No, he actually lets it die.
Does take the solemn.
All right. So it looks like he is going to be taking the 300 points of damage there. All right, turn is back over to Paul. Looks like he draws a Grand Mole. He does have a Murmelio and a Fossil Dyna in hand. By the looks of it here, best play would be to set that Fossil Dyna and let all these special summon monsters get destroyed when it gets flipped face up. Alternatively, he can't summon a Murmelio, attempt to attack over something. No, he actually chooses the Grand Mole route here. Pretty interesting. So he's going to be bouncing back the attack booster back to Cody's hand. So Cody does have 2 of those in there now. And he passes the play right back. Alright, looks like the same monster hits the field again. And tries to attack, and he does get hit with that D-Prison. So, both players getting, not too low on resources, but they're definitely into the mid-game proper now. Paul's yet to keep an established field on the board, while Cody has always had multiple monsters out ever since this game began. Hasn't really been able to make a whole lot out of it yet, but only time will tell. Paul looks like he draws the Compulse, finally sets the Fossil Dyna. And how is Cody going to respond? Is he going to be attacking, or is he just going to use the Curry Band he just drew and pass? Well, and we get a tribute, and oh wow, looks like we do have a tribute summon monster there. That looks like it Looks to be one of the newer Melodies monsters, but again, such as Rogue, you don't know all the cards off top of your head, especially when you're doing what I'm doing and just kind of watching the feed as it's happening. I'm not actually out at the table; I am in another room because I really don't want the guys to hear my commentary. I don't want to be giving anyone any kind of an unfair advantage. So that monster does get summoned, but Paul does compulse it back to the hand, so Cody's going to have to tribute another monster in his next turn if he does want to get that back out. So his only monster left does attack the Fossil Dyna. Fossil Dyna gets flipped, effect goes off, and pops the special summon monster. And yeah, looks like the Fossil Dyna is then destroyed by battle. Turns over to Paul, summons the Mermelio. Probably going to search out probably a bottomless trap hole in this case. He already has the time space trap hole face down. Alright, searches the bottomless. So he is going to have an answer to that tribute summon monster that Cody had just a minute ago. So between that and the time space that he already has down, he's starting to get a pretty dangerous field up. Traptrix, obviously a really strong engine, did really well in the 2014 WCQ season. Both the winner and runner-up of the North American WCQ both did run the Hat deck, which was a lot of Traptrix play in there. So definitely proven to be effective as Paul just bottomlesses Cody's other monster as he summoned it. Turn is back over to Paul. Is Paul actually going to field some more monsters here? That probably would be the best case. He does have quite a bit of card advantage. Oh, and there is the Fossil Dyna, looking very similar to Game 2 with the Mermelio and the Fossil Dyna up. Cody cannot special summon anymore at this point till he gets rid of the Dyna. And if Paul can manage to keep at least one trap down, he should be able to keep control of this game and get ahead enough to be able to take Game 3. Alright, so it looks like the current score is 5,500 to 3,600 in favor of Paul. And Cody actually activates 1 Day of Peace. So both players do draw a card and no one does any damage to the end of Cody's next turn. Alright, there's the Curry Bandit. Not too bad of a combo there. Curry Bandit obviously leaves you with without a field if it's just that you have when you summon it that turn. He's going to be doing his mills. Looks like he has another Curry Bandit again, but he definitely has a lot of good choices for his spell and traps now. He takes the solo, which is interesting considering that Fossil Dyna is still up. Not sure if that's just a straight up misplay or if he does have a plan to get over it. Raigeki would have been a good choice there just to be able to wipe out Paul's field, and since Paul knew he took Raigeki, it probably would have prevented him from summoning a monster that turn, as he did not want to let Cody get a +2 off of that one card. That would have probably gotten him back into the game, actually. Alright, summons the Mermelio, gets a Traptrix Trap Hole Nightmare. So definitely kind of has a double layer protection against special summons there for both the effects and the special summons themselves in the first place. And depending on what that face down card that Cody has, this might be game. No, it's not. He actually does not make the push. Oh yeah, for my bad. 1 Day Peace was actually still activated, so no damage could be done. Cody sets the monster, passes back over to Paul. Paul still has quite a bit of card advantage here. Is he going to commit another monster to the field? Yes, he does summon the Neospatian Grand Mole, which is going to be able to bounce the set monster no matter what it is. And if he can actually push through with the 2 Mermelios and the Dyna, he is going to be able to get game here. Does Cody have anything down to prevent that? Oh, what will it be? He is checking. He does seem to be thinking. That's no, he may not have anything. No, and there's the GG. That is game over. Paul wins the feature match of round 5. Alright, so we will be back in a few minutes here as we get one of these players out here to talk about their match.
always my struggle. Deciding because I can't really afford deciding to do so poorly. It all depends on how I want to play. Do I want to continue to burn you?
All right, guys. So now that our round 4 feature match is over, we are going to be having Paul Maroney join us here in a few minutes to talk about his Trap Tricks Rock Stun deck, as well as the feature match you guys just watched. Here he comes. He's navigating the crowd that we have in here today. All right, guys. So say hello to Paul. Paul's joining us now just after his round 5 feature match.
Hey guys,
All right, so Paul, how was that your first time playing against Melodious?
it was. I think it would be the first time for a lot of people.
it would for sure.
Yeah.
Awesome. So how'd you find it?
You know what? The first game completely caught off guard because like once they get that lockout with the special summon guys and you can't destroy them by any ways, it's the deck that I had currently had no way to get through that. So once they got that out, so it was rough.
Yes, it looks like the Fossil Dino put in a lot of work.
Fossil Dino, yeah. And my strategy was at that point, I had to shut down the summons as they came out before he got the combo. So my goal was to like, because a lot of my bottomlesses and stuff like that were useless once he got the special summons. So I had to like stop them right before they even got out.
Yeah,
So
use them before you ideally want to use them.
yes,
Just
so
get
I
rid
had a
of
lot
them.
of useless cards like the space time and stuff. Like none of that could trigger because there was no effects when they came out. And
Yeah, did not see an extract monster by Cody the whole game.
no, so and then I don't think they need it, right?
No.
They got a
I
bunch of
didn't
like
think-
huge guys that can't be hurt by anything.
Yeah,
So.
excellent. So what made you decide to run the Trap Tricks Rock Stun?
Well, I was running pure rock stun before, and I was running Carcardis for card draw power, and I just found the Trap Tricks is more consistent because instead of just drawing the extra 2 cards, or whatever, you're thinning your deck a lot quicker with the Trap Tricks, and you're drawing out actually stuff that you can use, so you're guaranteed. You're getting the same kind of draw power, but you're getting stuff that you can use right away rather
For
than
sure.
chance. So consistency.
Awesome. Definitely probably the most unique matchup that we've had today for sure. Not something that you'll see every day. But definitely good effort by everyone. And so what's your record so far today, Paul?
That'll put me 4-1.
4-1?
Yep.
Awesome. So one more round left for the top 8 cut.
Yes. I think I
So-
played everything but Quill, so that'll be the last
Everything
one.
but Cleaforts, yeah. Yeah, Cleaforts are they're rough.
Yes, I managed to take down the Shadal, but then I lost against the Burning.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. Awesome. So with that, we're going to finish up and get the next round started here pretty soon. So thanks for coming on, Paul, and
No problem.
good luck in the last round for the top cut.
Thank you.
Alright everyone, welcome back for our final feature match of the Swiss rounds of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Avalon Championship here at Midgard Gaming in Mount Pearl. So for the final Swiss round for the day, we're going to be having Blake Comden, who's going to be playing a 60-card Shabis Artifacts, also known as the infamous 60-card control deck that was made known at the YCS before last. Blake is one of the most seasoned players here at the tournament today, as well as just in the community here in general. So really excited to see what he's going to be bringing to the table, both literally and figuratively. And his opponent today is going to be Stephen Kennedy, who's going to be playing Lightsworn Rulers. So definitely a pretty good matchup for us to take a look at. Lightsworn Rulers, very unpredictable, very aggressive, and they can definitely steal games if you're not prepared for them. But the 60-card Shabis Artifacts is definitely made to kind of bring things into the end game. Kind of let the match drag out far, far, far too long sometimes, but still able to maintain a high level of resources throughout the entire game with lots of options the whole time. So after our current match, we are going to be making a top 8 cut, for which we'll be doing one feature match for each of the remaining single elimination rounds. And after that's all done, we will be doing a quick interview with the winner, along with a couple other things for you guys to check out for our coverage ends today. Alright, so both players just going to shuffle up. We are going to see who's going to go first here in just a second. Alright. One thing I will say for you guys, though, it has been a boatload of fun out here today. First kind of bigger tournament that we've done on just simply on a local level. If you're not too familiar with the area here in St. John's, Mount Pearl, and surrounding area, it's not super densely populated. Not it's a little bit out of the way compared to what some of the other bigger cities in the country are. So we all stick together. We all like to make our own fun, basically, and that's really where this is coming from here today. As I mentioned earlier, if you do want to check out our coverage after the fact, or if you want to check out some of the feature matches from earlier today, please keep an eye on the Twitch channel that you're currently watching, twitch.tv/MidgardGaming, as well as later on this weekend at youtube.com/RepublicaDuel. Alright, so we're getting this game underway here now. Steven did start off with the Summon Wolf. Blake is over with a Squamata and 3 back rows. So Steven really going to have to watch out here with both. I should say with all 3 of the Shadal's, Burning Abyss, and Artifacts. There's a lot of really dangerous effects in Blake's deck. Assuming he can get to them. One of the kind of the risks of playing 60 cards is you do actually need to be able to draw into your 1-ofs, your 2-ofs, and even drawing your 3-ofs can be a little bit difficult sometimes. But the reward for it can definitely be worth it. Alright, so looks like Steven is going to be making the Lumina play to bring out an Aaron. So he's got 3 monsters fielded so far. And just taking a quick look, looks like he actually has at least 1 Judgment Dragon in hand, as well as a Tempest, so he can potentially make some bigger plays a little bit later on. Oh, and not really sure what he's planning on doing there. No, looks like he was going to dig in the extra deck, but decided not to. Well, he may be playing something there. Looks like he does have a pretty even balance of Synchro NXE's monsters in the extra deck. So about what you'd expect from Lightsworn Rulers. Perhaps we'll see something a little bit crazy later on. We might see a Michael, we might see a Dracosac, maybe even a Felgrand or something like that. Looks like making an attack. Will Blake activate a set card? He is thinking about it. But does he have a Burning Abyss monster to discard for what looked to be the Wind Blast? No, he actually uses Rainbow Karibo. That is crazy. Hits the Wolf with Rainbow Karibo, so Wolf cannot attack any longer. And the other 2 monsters that he has out will not be able to attack over Squamata, since Squamata does have quite a bit higher attack at 1800. definitely puts Steven in a little bit of a tough spot. Looks like he's going to be overlaying the Wolf and Aaron, getting rid of the Rainbow Karibo. And he brought out a Sullen Honor Arc. But a little bit of a risky move since he's not going to be able to grab that Squamata. And now he has an extra deck monster out. Blake Shaddoll fusions are very, very dangerous. So we do have these Sinister Shadow games in the end phase by Blake. Blake kind of debating what he's going to be sending there right now. Looks like Steven has one back row. So he can't send a dragon to get rid of that. Or he can look at sending a beast or a Falco to be able to get a good follow-up play next turn. Take a look at the opponent's graveyard. Blake, as anyone who's played Blake before, you know he's very methodical, very meticulous, and very calculating, which definitely does lead to part of his successful dueling career. All right, so looks like he does send the beast, so he can draw a card. All right, in turn play goes back over to Blake. Looks like he does have 2 traps set down. I think maybe 2 Wind Blasts. Wind Blasts, sorry. And is he going to be making a move? Oh, looks like Steven does have the Beckoning Light, able to get some light monsters back to his hand. We got a Judgment Dragon. A Lumina. Alright, just 2 cards there. So we got a Judgment Dragon Lumina in hand. So definitely a pretty good option if he can get the 4 Light Sworn in the graveyard. I think he is 1 short so far though. I would just oh no, actually does look like he has the Minerva. So if Blake gets rid of the Sullen Honor Arc or even summons a monster that's a target for its effect, he can actually get hit by a Judgment Dragon Field Wipe, which would not be great for him at this point. Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, Dragon Ruler is definitely a pretty dangerous deck, especially the Light Sworn variant. Even now, with 1 Soul Charge as opposed to 3 back last time they were popular, it's, it can still take a lot of games by surprise just because of Judgment Dragon and being able to field a bunch of Dragon Rulers in 1 turn. So Blake does go the route that we mentioned before. He does activate the Shaddoll Fusion, able to fuse using monsters in his deck this time. Cool thing about the Shivas Artifact build is you've got not only the artifacts in the deck to be able to bring out Construct, but we've also got the Burning Abyss monsters in the deck to be able to activate their effects and summon a Winda as well. So we're going to see, looks like he's going to be sending a Falco. What is the second card going to be? That will determine what fusion he's going to be bringing out. Are we going to be seeing a Construct who's going to be able to take out the 2 materials, or are we going to see a Winda who's not going to be able to be destroyed by Judgment Dragon's effect? No, looks like we actually see a Graph. Yep. So that means we are going to be seeing a Winda on the board here in a minute. Unless he's taking that back. No. He is second guessing his choice. No, he decides to leave the Falco in the deck. Send in the Graph. And then we're going to send a Beast. Well, again, very methodical, very definitely thinking it through. Yeah, so it was actually a Graph and a Beast, so he's going to be able to summon a Burning Abyss monster from his deck, as well as draw a card after he summons Winda. And Winda with that 2200 attack is going to be able to attack over the Sullen Honor Arc controlled by Steven. Won't destroy it, just due to Arc's effect. Although Steven could also actually just let the Arc die just to have the names in the graveyard for Judgment Dragon next turn. Blake using the effects of the yarded monsters. What are we going to be seeing from Graph? Of course, anything that does get summoned at this point is going to be destroyed by its own effect. So it looks like we're going to see a Skarm, and that'll obviously let him search a tour guide to be able to use on this next turn. And now we'll see what he draws from the Shaddoll Beast. Blake's deck definitely pretty interesting. A little bit hard to put together, just considering the multitude of cards that you need for it, and a lot of very pricey extra deck cards. But definitely props to him for piloting the deck. It's a pretty tricky deck to play. Lots of stuff going on at the same time. And not too bad of a meta choice right now. I mean, you still have the basics of each engine to be able to make your plays. And the deck actually has a pretty decent matchup against Pure Burning Abyss, and to an extent against Shadal's. Depends on exactly which version of Shadal's that it is. The current version of Shadal's obviously being able to use El Shadal Fusion, which the 60-card deck that Blake's running can't really utilize to its fullest. But still remains a threat nonetheless. So he does get that Winda out. He may be able to... Yeah, so he does attack the Arc. And he does let the Arc die. And then Squamata is going to be... Oh, no. Is he going to leave the Arc? No, he actually just detaches so the Arc does not die. And Squamata's going to be attacking over Winda. So Steven does look to be in a pretty good position here now. Might have actually been better to just let the Arc die. However, Blake does have some dangerous traps down. If there is a Wind Blast, he's going to be able to spin the Judgment Dragon back to the top of Steven's deck and pretty much make a really, really nice push on the next turn to get either get Steven way, way down in life or maybe even end the game right there. Looks like Blake is going to be setting a monster and searching a graph for next turn. Definitely an interesting choice. He may have already had Torguide in his hand at that point, which would be why graph was searched. That is kind of telegraphing what your hand is if that is the case. But the big question here is, will Steven even realize it? And if he does he have the resources available to be able to do anything about it? That's the thing when you're playing this kind of a deck. Blake way ahead in resources. However, Judgment Dragon is the wild card there that's able to kind of act as an equalizer and get everyone back on almost even ground. Obviously, if you control the 3000 attack Judgment Dragon, it's not, you can't really call it equal, but it's still brings you back just in terms of card economy. So looks like Steven's going to be summoning the Lumina, pitching a Garoth to summon another monster. What are we going to be seeing here? He is looking through his graveyard. He does have the Minerva in there, who can be used as either a tuner or can overlay for a rank 3. That seems to be what he's debating right now. And of course, when Minerva's sent to the graveyard, he can mill again, so he might be able to get lucky and get another good mill off there. Alright, so it looks like he does actually overlay into Ghost Trick Alucard, which is a pretty interesting choice. Maybe not the best one for that situation, since Blake does have multiple back rows, and most of the back row in his deck is chainable, so he can still make a threat to Steven's field, even if the card that gets targeted by Alucard is going to be destroyed. Of course, Alucard could also target the monster itself, but that is not going to happen. Right, Blake wondering what he's going to do here. Alright, looks like he's going to be Wind Blasting it. But what will he target? Is he going to target the Alucard, or is he going to target the Arc? Alright, looks like he's going to be attacking the face down Squamata. Oh, okay. Blake actually let the Wind Blast out without using it there, so both of Steven's monsters are going to remain on the field. And he's going to be using the effect on the Arc, getting rid of that last material. So Steven should be in a position to be able to summon Judgment Dragon right now. However, because he controls 2 monsters, it's not really a great time to do so, since he will be taking out his only field presence. In addition to not really doing much to Blake at this point. Winda can't be destroyed by card effects. I should say by the opponent's card effects. And Blake is going to, in the end phase, is going to be using Needlepug Nest. Kind of interesting to see that here, actually. That's more so something that you'd see in Lightsworn Rulers themselves, not being played against them. But a dangerous card nonetheless. He can make 5 mills from the deck, and any Burning Abyss or Shadal monsters that he hits could very well result in an extra card for him. And let's see what the mills are going to be. Oh. A little bit of dialogue between the players here. Might just be coming to an understanding on something. Oh, and there's the mills. We got a Torrential Tribute, Shadal Fusion, Super Poly, Curry Bandit, and a Tour Guide. Very, very bad mills from Blake. Nothing unusual if you've ever played against him. Blake probably has some of the worst luck ever when it comes to milling. And as you can see, he lives up to his reputation. So just nothing but a big fat -1 from the Needlebug Nest. Not really getting rid of anything useful at all. Alright. So the question is, what is he going to be doing the rest of his turn? He cannot summon more than once due to having Winda on the field. And he does also need to be aware of that that inevitable Judgment Dragon who will be coming out pretty soon. Looks like he doesn't do anything. He just passes over to Steven. And is Steven going to drop the JD? No, he just actually sets a Necrogardener from his hand. Unless he wants to get that in the graveyard, he's going to summon. Yes, he does summon the Judgment Dragon to the field. Does Blake have a response to the summon before the effect activation is declared? No, so the effect is going to activate, and is it going to resolve? No. Oh, he's got another Needlebug Nest. He is going to risk it. Lucky enough, if he does hit something, he may be able to get a bit of a field back, since that will anything that does hit the grave at this point is going to resolve in a separate chain. He does Wind Blast and discard Graph. So he will be able to get a summon off of Graph. And we get the 5 mills for Lure of Darkness, Reki. Oh no. Oh, terrible, terrible mills again on Blake's part. We got the Raigeki, the Shadal Fusion, the Lure of Darkness, and the Graph, which was already in the graveyard. Blake's luck is really, really, really bad at this point. You don't see mills that bad very often, but when you do, it's a magical, magical experience. But such is a risk that you have when you're playing cards like that. So right now, Steven left with absolutely nothing. Blake with his Winda out. Scarm that is going to be destroyed because there's a non-Burning Abyss monster out. However, he can get a Tour Guide or another Burning Abyss monster from his deck to his hand, be able to make a follow-up play. However, Tour Guide not really going to do a whole lot just because Winda's still on the field. But even in this case, Steven does not have any cards to play with at all. So it's really just going to be a matter if Blake can field enough monsters to be able to push for that last 5,500 damage and end round 1. Alright, looks like he's actually going to be searching Curry Bandit, so he is adamant about those mills. So for a 10 cards mill, he's going to try for another 5 here in a minute. Most of the good spell and traps in the deck already gone. So a little bit of a risky move, but he can attack for that 1,000 damage nonetheless. Alright, what's he going to do? He does summon the Curry Bandit. Not really much Steven can do, although he does have the Necrogarden in the graveyard, so he can block that 2,200 damage from going through if he wants. Okay, so yeah, he does let the 2,200 go through. And the other 1,000 is going to go through. And there is the mills. Okay, so not too bad. He does have the Vanity. He's able to stop the Judgment Dragon from going off. He also has Wind Blast, which will do pretty much the same thing. And spin it as soon as it hits the field. At this point here, Vanity is probably the better option to go with, just to completely shut down any special summons. Because really, without these special summons at their disposal, Lightsworn Rulers really can't do a whole lot to break your field. Even their really basic plays always involve Lumina or an Xyz Summon or something like that, and they're pretty much neutered once Vanities is on the field, especially if they're behind in terms of card economy like this. All right, so yep, just looks like he takes that there. He does get the. There's the Judgment Dragon. The effect not going to do much here. He does need to attack over the window to get rid of it. Alright, just getting it figured out there. So, yep, he is going to be attacking over the window. 800 damage. Window is going to be sent to the graveyard, but Blake will get Shaddoll Fusion back. So he's definitely, if he can get a light monster, he is going to be able to go into the Construct on the next turn and attack over that Judgment Dragon and be right back where he left off. And Steven only 2,300, but he does get 4 mils off the Judgment Dragon. Might be able to get something to help him out. And it does also seem like he may have that Curry Bandit in the graveyard still.
He said he only had 50 cards. So I was like, yeah, you're running 6 cards, you're doing 50. Something like that.
All right. So we're finally going to see play go back over to Blake here. He does have 5 cards to Steven's 1, although Steven does have the Judgment Dragon out. Steven just looking through his graveyard, seeing what his options are there. So he does have a Dragon Ruler in the graveyard, and yeah, he could even summon if he wanted to. Not really sure why he chose not to there. Maybe he just forgot about it since it was buried pretty deep. Blake also with the Rainbow Karibo in the graveyard, able to block an attack if Steven decides to make a push. Alright, play is back over to Blake. What is he going to be doing? He is analyzing his option there now, and he does need to get this Judgment Dragon off the field to be able to win this game. And there's the Tour Guide summon. Looks like he might be planning a little bit of a comeback here. Maybe a push with Dante and another monster. Dante is a light monster though, so if he can go into Dante, he will be able to go into Construct, assuming he has a Shaddoll card left in his hand. Oh, yeah, you can barely see it there, but I think he may actually have a Shaddoll Dragon in his hand. So that'll really, really come in handy. Alright, so the Tour Guide brings out Skarm to potentially search another Tour Guide next turn, if there is a next turn. Blake could very well end this right here, right now, if he makes the correct play. Alright, so he does overlay the Skarm and the Tour Guide. Are we going to see the Dante? Oh, he's considered. Oh, he went for Nightmare Shark. And oh no, Steven still has 2,300 left. This will not be able to end the game whatsoever. Oh, he does have the set Wind Blast though. So he will be able to get Judgment Dragon off the field, and he will stop Judgment Dragon from using the effect next turn by getting Steven down to 300 life points. Alright, a little bit of an odd choice from Blake there, but there's a little bit of logic behind it. He does not want that Judgment Dragon effect to resolve next turn. Could have played a little bit more aggressively and perhaps ended the game there and then. But if he did not have another monster that he could have summoned, he just would have ended the turn with the... still would have had the Construct and the Wind Blast down, though. A little bit of a stronger field in this case. Although that said, if he can get rid of the Judgment Dragon, he will be in a pretty good spot. But Steven... Oh, Steven actually just chooses to straight up summon Raiden. So really, really interesting play here. He can bring out a Star Eater, however, again, not really what he wants to be doing here. He should make that attack, force that trap card, and then start to build up his field again using normal summon and the Dragon Ruler in his graveyard. Oh, and he's looking through. Is he going to summon it? I just noticed he does have an Eclipse Wyvern there, so he may be able to get another JD if he's able to banish that. Oh, and no. No, he cannot. He only has one dragon in his graveyard besides Tempest. And there is the Wind Blast. That is going to be spinning the Judgment Dragon back to the top of the deck. Only riding out right now.
6-0. 6-0 battery man. That's fucked.
That's literally what they were saying. Like, I have no idea what these people are saying. Because they're all of them are all.
All right, so question here now is Blake going to be able to end this on the next turn? He is in a really, really good spot here. He does need to be able to field at least one more monster and attack over the ride and be able to take game this turn before another Judgment Dragon hits the field. Yeah, Blake's still at 6,900, so still in a really good spot. Lots of card advantage. Pretty much has the game sealed at this point. Just needs to play it out. Oh, and his Rainbow Karibo is banished. The Kariban is damaged. Are we going to see it? And there is the clutch BLS for game. Nothing that Steven's going to be able to do at this point. Even followed up with a tour guide just to add insult to injury. And once this is played out, that is definitely going to be game right here, right now. BLS can just attack over the ride and attack again for game. Banish ride and attack with the other monsters. So many other options here.
Great, because you get like a 1 for 3. Yeah, but in general, like you get a 1 for 4 or 1 for 3 half the time.
Yeah, so we do have the
I pay 1 for 3. Okay, no problem.
the Seer, which should be in defense actually, but not really going to matter much at this point as Blake makes his push. Attacks with the Blacklist Soldier. Steven thinking about something there. Oh. What it does, just kind of sorting it all out there, and looks like that should be game now. Does he have? Yeah, he does have a Necroguard in the left, but it is not going to stop the rest of the monsters from sealing game 1 for Blake now. Yeah, definitely a couple of dangerous plays from Steven, but in the end, Blake did just overwhelm him with not only the slightly stronger deck, but also, you know, that methodical play of getting ahead and staying ahead. All right, so while the players decide, we are going to be actually getting the guest commentator in here in just a few minutes, so you guys stay tuned, and we will be back with you shortly. All right, guys. So we are back for Game 2 of our Round 5 feature match between Blake Coleman and Stephen Kennedy. I'm actually joined now by one of our judges who's taken a short break from taking care of all the fun ruling disputes, pairings, and all that jazz from floor. Say hello to Alex Flynn.
Hi, how's it going?
All right, Alex. So you missed it on Game 1. Game 1 was actually pretty interesting. Blake got ahead, stayed ahead. Did take a little while. Couple of very conservative plays, not making the pushes as early as what you'd expect, but did actually come out on top. Took out spun JD, I believe, 3 times back to the top of the deck.
Really?
Prevented from going off any more than once. So now we're going to be going into Game 2 with 1-0 for Blake.
You know what Blake's record is currently going in?
I believe at this point, we are at round 5. I believe Blake is 3-2 at this point, so if he wins this, he may have a chance to top.
Yeah, he might actually also be the only Shadal deck here topping.
It may be, yeah. Most of these Shadal players actually not having great luck today. A couple of them did get knocked a little bit earlier, and we did see Lee with his Lightsworn variant not doing too well earlier as well.
So
yeah, we do look like we have the Lila attacked into the Scarm.
Yeah.
Yeah, always got to be careful when you're playing against Burning Abyss. You got to remember they do have really strong defense monsters at their disposal.
Yeah. This is true.
All right, plays back over to Blake, so he does have... Looks like he got mostly Shadal cards in his hand, actually, so can't really summon those without getting rid of his Scarm. Actually, really interesting what we've seen last game. Winda just stuck around the whole time, dominated the game.
Really?
And looks like we're going to be seeing that again, actually. Got the Squamata and the Falco going to the graveyard. There is the Winda.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely very good to get out a Winda against Burning Abyss. I mean, not Burning Abyss, against Lightstorm Rulers.
For sure, they do have to do more than one summon, and also pretty much shuts down their Lumina plays as well.
Yep.
And the particular 2 Shadals that he did use Squamata to send Beast, and he's going to be able to summon Falco out to the field. That is his special summon for the turn, though. So he's not going to be able to play overly aggressively, but so from what we've seen, Blake is not too aggressive a player.
Nope.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we both played against Blake millions and millions of times before. Very, very meticulous, very methodical.
I know.
Yeah. Does not really misplay because of that same reason. Games go a little bit long sometimes, but really, really good matches. Some of the best matches I actually had were against Blake himself. Have not played Steven a whole lot, though. How about you, Alex?
Not really, no. I think once or twice, maybe.
No,
but I don't really remember the match.
Yeah, Steve, one of the newer players to the community there has not been attending for quite a year yet, which is still considered pretty new. We got some guys who have been playing since way back in the day, like mid 2000s, and some people have been playing just ever since day one. So it looks like he does grab the Torguard, Scarm in the end phase. Looks like he didn't actually attack over the Lila.
Huh.
Pretty interesting. He must be afraid of hitting that.
Honest, maybe?
Yeah, the honest is... It's always there. It's never there, but it's always there. And Lila's going to be attempting to take at the back row, but Shadow Games is there, so he's going to be able to chain that and not lose a card.
Why I normally don't find Lila that good against Shadals, because almost all the traps chain. Maybe Vandy's.
They do run a lot of chainable cards, and especially against this build as well, which is running the
Burning Abyss half.
The Burning Abyss, and fun thing I actually found out last round, it's actually not running the Artifact Engine anymore in this, so we did have the original deck name incorrect. Do apologize for that.
50 card Shadal Abyss minus my artifacts.
The actual deck is actually going to be 50 card Shabis, no artifacts in there this time. Although we did see a lot of Rainbow Karibos and Kuriben this last game, so really.
So 50 card Rainbow Shabis.
Really, what we're going to be calling that today is 50 card Curry Shabis. We have now witnessed the birth of a new build here today at the Avalon Championship. Yeah. Looks like Blake is really building up his field there now. Steven, again, with only the Lila in defense, may not have gotten a great hand. That's the thing about Lightsworn Rulers. When you brick hard.
That's true. I'm not sure why he showed us this Necro Gardener.
No, looks like just confirming it to Blake there.
Okay. But he pointed it up to the camera.
Did he?
That was kind of weird.
That. I guess he does have an attachment to the Necro Garden.
Possibly.
Yeah. Good card. Good card. Yeah.
Stopped OTK. Shadals are pretty good at doing that now.
Especially now with El Shadal Fusion. Blake not running that today.
Not even one copy?
No, I was surprised as well. Definitely a really, really good card. That's kind of what still makes him dangerous. That El Shadal Fusion able to turn a regular aggressive move in the game at any time. So looks like Steven's going to be summoning a Garoth. Potentially going to be tacking over that Falco. And may be able to plus off of Garoth in the end phase if it lives that long.
I assumed he did Xyz in order to get rid of Winda.
That's another option as well. He could have went into a Castle. And looks like Blake actually has the different dimension ground. So anything that
emails will be banished.
It is going to be banished. That's really, really nasty for Steven here.
So today Garoth will not get the draw effect too, even if he mills the
Blake
Lightsworn.
actually getting up. Looks like he may actually be doing a judge call here. Yeah, we do have a judge heading into the room. Probably just a question of whether or not the cards still get sent, which they do in this case. They do still get banished. One of those wonderful little,
It's probably with Garoth too, because it says you draw a card whenever you mill a Lightsworn.
Yes.
But does the mill have to hit the graveyard?
I believe it does. I'm not sure the most up-to-date card text on it, but I believe it does need to actually go to the graveyard for Garoth's effect to trigger. Alright, so we got the judge right there fixing that. Blake on his phone there for a minute. Checking the time, I guess. Definitely, Lightsworn Ruler's definitely not a deck that you want to go into time to.
No.
They can just make a really, really huge push, do enough damage to the point where you may win the game eventually, but you're definitely not going to be able to get your life down anytime soon.
Right. Steve is doing a judge calendar. Hold on. You right back?
Alright, looks like we do need some extra judges on the floor. We do have one in here at the feature match. And Alex just got called away to do another judge call at another table. Definitely some some little ruling disputes going on here today, but it is all in good fun. Yeah. Big special thank you actually to Alex as well as Steve Butt, who's on here a little bit earlier today doing commentary for rounds 3 and 4. Big thank to you guys. I know Alex, especially, fairly new judge, doing really, really good at his first big event here. And Steve has been judged for a while, just like myself. Again, bringing that experience to the table, really, really helpful to not only us here at the event staff, but also for the players at the tables as well, bringing that great player experience for them. Looks like we're still waiting on the final call on the Garoth different dimension ground Lila ruling. Hopefully we'll have that back up and running here pretty soon. But and that will also result in a time extension for these two players as well if they do happen to go to time.
I drove in that storm. I drove before it started until after it ended.
Alright, looks like we're almost done there.
I left St. John's at 6.
Yeah, and there are the banished monsters on top of the deck. Welcome back, Alex.
Hello. Made it back. Quick
Yep.
ruling.
Excellent, excellent. What matchup was it?
Shadals versus Lightsworn Shadals versus Shadals, I think.
Almost a mirror match. Almost.
Close to a mirror match.
And the different dimension ground really putting the hurt on Steven here as a bunch of his monsters.
Did he get all Lightsworns milled, or what?
Not all Lightsworns. Looks like he actually had a Ghost Grey there, probably a Gores.
Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah, not too bad, but you really don't want any of the Light Swarm to be banished unless you're doing it by your own effects.
Yeah.
Looks like that you do have another question. Alright guys, looks like we do have a little bit of appeal here, so we are going to be right back. Alex is going to take over the stream here for a few minutes while we get this straightened away.
Oh boy, I have no idea what to do. I have no idea what to do. I don't know. Anyway, so Dave has gone to appeal the ruling, or there was an appeal, and Dave has gone to see what happens after
You
this.
mentioned different dimension ground. Is it end of the turn or is it till the end phase?
It's at the end phase. No, different dimension ground was activated at the
So
end
the way
phase.
it works is he can pass priority.
Yeah. And John's got to help with the ruling now. What time are those guys at? Alright. So if they continue this like this, they'll probably go to time very soon. And yeah. I believe at the moment we have about 3 or 4 people in there trying to figure this out. Alright.
You can't beat him. Second place, but I only lost to John. Should have beat you for the fucking
Do do do.
obviously. I didn't know that was a thing.
Like, should all support in next challenges characters? You don't have a hand that even you should.
I think they've come to a decision.
I think they're getting another.
By the looks of people over to my left.
Quite a hefty card combo right there.
Okay, so they've resolved the issue. Blake flips beasts in order to draw 2, discard 1. Discards the Falco again to get a special for a turn.
I don't have ever had an urge to hit someone's face as much as you was then.
Alright everyone, I am back.
Alright, so
yeah, a
did you
little
resolve
bit
the problem?
of yeah, we did actually solve the problem.
That was the big issue.
Yeah, we did actually need to get 2 judges on that, just because we did have an appeal, and that's where I come in. First appeal of the day, actually, so pretty good overall. So we did rule that the effect of Garth does not activate, since the 3 cards that were milled were all monsters, and they got banished instead. In order for Garth to activate, the cards would have to hit the graveyard in the first place. And because the trigger condition is not met, no effect is activated.
And there we go.
So
That's
it's
how we
like-
rule in the Avalon.
It is. It certainly is. So it looks like play has
Yep.
continued on here. Has anything interesting happened so far?
Let's see. Activate a beast, special Falco after beast discard. And he attacked into Garat with, I think it was Winda. So he might have gone over his Fear of Honest.
Yes, it looks like he's done that. Now he can definitely attack over the Lila. No Fear of Honest in defense position. And then the 2200 direct damage.
Alright. I should actually check if they're on time yet. They've still got 2 minutes.
All right. In addition to Judge Call the Gods, that should actually have probably about 5 minutes left at this point. All right, they are still on round 2. Looks like Blake is doing really, really well once again. Has Steven down to 5150. Does have quite a bit of a big field. Appears to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards. To Steven's either 5 or 6 there. So not too far ahead, but far enough that he's able to stay aggressive. And there's the Needlebug Nest. Blake did not have good luck with this last game. Maybe he'll get a little bit better now. He did get a graph. But
And
that's That's
And
about it.
whenever Graf summons will be automatically destroyed, won't it?
I will, assuming he has a special summon already this turn.
Oh yeah, he has. He special Falco.
Oh, yeah, okay, so you can't special at all from that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Should
No, I don't.
No, wait, no. This is he done it during.
Oh, he did it during
Steve's
Steven's turn. Okay,
Yeah.
so has not special summoned this turn. So he is going to be able to send the Seer. Seer activates. Does he have a Skarm or a Dante he can use at this point? No, because he already
yeah.
summoned. Not the best choice instead. A little bit of a misplay. May not affect the outcome of the match.
Probably not. I believe Steve has a Raikou set.
It does look like it, yep.
So
He can hit the back row, but that's about it. Nothing else is...
he can
is
hit a dragon too, because there's nothing for him to target with dragon's effect.
That's true. He does not have any spell that traps out. Pretty usual of Lightsworn rulers.
Yeah. But other than that, he'd...
So assuming that is the Raikou he has down, Steven's at 5150. If he does manage to field at least one more big attacker that doesn't get taken up by Raikou, that may be game.
Falco?
Alright, so he's going to flip the Falco.
No, he can't because he... Oh, he can flip Falco, but he can't
Yeah.
special. No.
Alright, he's choosing the target for Falco carefully.
Alright. Does one of us have to go in and tell him that...
It's on I believe the last summon was on...
Was in the last...
was on Steven's turn, actually.
Oh, was it... Oh, yeah, it was.
The
He passed
Seer
it.
summon by Graf.
Yeah.
So he's going to be attacking. Flips the Raikou. What's he going to target?
Winda?
Oh, did he target Winda?
He appeared to
No.
have target Winda, which...
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
he
No,
targeted
he
the
did
back
target
row.
the back row. Blake did give him that one. Only hits the Needlebug Nest. Didn't chain it, though, which is interesting, but not really much
Well,
benefit he could get out of it with a full field.
it's true. And probably scar him, that's about it.
That's about it. So another attack's going to go through. Is Blake going to be able to get game? Probably not, but he's going to be pretty close.
He could have a Tempest Magician in his side deck. Or, I mean, extra deck.
That is possible as well. That definitely interesting pick a few months ago when Shadal's were first out. He did Necro Gardener, though.
Oh,
So he
there we
he
go.
will stay in the game for another turn.
That is true.
Yeah, the question here is, does he have enough Lightsworn monsters in his graveyard for a comeback? Or does he have any Dragon Rulers he can use to attack Winda?
He has a Diablos in his hand. Not sure if there's enough lights in his grave.
That would definitely be another good option. Could get rid of that
Oh.
set monster. Oh, he's got the Book of Moon on the Winda. What are we going to see?
All right.
We can potentially see a big play here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh,
Ooh, yes. Let's
is
see.
it going to be...
Nope, it's...
No, it's Light Ray Diablos, actually. No Judgment Dragon.
Oh, but he could send
Is he
Winda
go-
set now, so that makes a Diablos target.
He can. He can get rid of either the, I believe, the set monster or the set back row.
Yeah.
Forcing the back row might be the best option in this case, since you already know what the that he has the set hedgehog, I believe.
Yeah. I believe it was Lizard.
It was okay. It was Squamata. All right.
No, I'm not. No, we're not. No one's on. Oh, that's a bad card. Don't run this tower. This tower sucks. Yeah. Towers is a bad card. Don't run it. It's bad. You'll never see it.
All right. So looks like you tried to summon an Aaron.
We won't play it. Last week I did get first turn towers against him.
So Winda has been sent to the grave by Summoner.
No, he gets shuffled back in the deck by Aaron.
All right.
Yeah, not as great of a push as what Steven would have needed to really take his momentum back, but enough to recover a little bit of card economy by putting Blake behind a few cards.
That's true. No, it does seem like he doesn't have any dragons in his grave or hand, too.
Yep, definitely being limited, although he may be able to mill something off of Aaron, but Blake does respond with the Wind Blast, discarding Graf.
Turn Diablos back to hand, or top of deck. Scar him pops himself. And
Yep, there's the Scarm. Going to be able to search in the end phase. Yes, apparently the general consensus here today is that Cleveland Towers is a bad card.
It's bad. You're a scrub. You play towers.
Yeah, pro tip of the day.
Don't play Cleveland Towers.
I play towers.
You do not play towers.
I play towers.
All right.
Still back card.
Dies to Obelisk, says
That
the
is true.
comments.
Dies to Obelisk. Everything dies to Obelisk.
Zombie,
Except Moral Attack. He does not, because Moral Attack doesn't care.
but Zombie Stein does not die to Obelisk.
What?
Zombie Stein, number 22.
No, Zombie Sign does not die to Obelisk.
Spirit Reaper does not die to Obelisk. Arcana Force of the Fool does not die to Obelisk.
There are some things that do not die to Obelisk, apparently. So Blake getting a bit of a huge field on the go here.
Yep.
Yeah, it does have the 3 Shadals, the Burning Abyss.
Unless there's a Battle Fader somewhere. Ooh, there could be a Gorz.
All right, what? Oh, and there's the there's the Goyo Guardian. Are going to see another overlay here now.
And he attacks all of them at one time.
Apparently no, and there's the GG. That is game over. Blake wins round 5, 2-0. Congratulations to Blake. We're going to be getting
And
him in here in
his
a few
new
minutes.
deck that never existed before today.
Yes, winning round 5 with his 50 card Curry Shabis deck.
Does it actually have 50 cards?
I've been told.
Okay.
I don't have the deck list on me, but we may take a look at it after the tournament.
Let's make sure. We need to be specific though. If it has 49 cards, it needs to be 49 card.
It certainly does. We do
30.
need to have the correct card account.
Exactly.
All right, everyone. So we will be back here in just a few minutes with both myself and Blake, just to talk to him a little bit about this past round, about his deck, and about his experience at the tournament here today. All right, guys, we're back, and I'm here with Blake, who just finished up his round 6 match with the deck we've been calling the 50-card Curry Shabis.
Yeah. You could call
How
it
was your
that.
match, Blake?
It was fun. Went against an old enemy, Light Swarm, with a few Light Ray, a few rulers in there. That Necro Garden, man, that card always haunts me, but I guess it was pretty fun, yeah.
Awesome. And one thing we noticed during the games, especially game 1, those mills.
Yeah. I have about 30. No, I have about 30. I think 28 monsters or so. I should probably increase it for cards like the Needlebug Nest, but yeah, they weren't nice to me today. I don't think those mills.
The Needlebug Nest, the Curry Bandit, not quite as bad, but still,
No, you can still
pretty
add
rough.
a card, but
Yeah.
no. Every now and then it'd be nice. I'd mill a BA, mill Falco or something, and get some effects off. But for the most part, no.
Definitely. I know game 1, or should I say, game 2 was kind of straightforward. Was pretty much got in the lead, stayed there the whole time, took the match.
Yeah.
It seemed to be pretty easy, at least.
Yes, pretty easy match, but like I said, it was fun. He's getting better as a player, I gotta say. Met him a few months ago now, and he's learning the rules and everything, and yeah, he's paying attention to the effects. Yeah.
Definitely. All right, so we're going to be starting the top 8 here pretty soon. We're going to have our first top 8 feature match for all you guys to check out. We're going to be streaming that here in probably about 5-10 minutes. And aside from that, thank you very, very much for everyone who's come out to compete in the 6 rounds of Swiss that we had here today. And thank Blake for coming on and talk to us for a few minutes.
Yeah, thanks. It was an awesome day today.
All right, we are back, and this is our first of top 8. Now,
Single elimination.
it is single elimination.
All right.
All right, so
Are they on the wrong side?
no,
wait. you
they're on
never
the right
changed anything.
sides.
Yeah.
Just hopefully we can. Oh God, how do you spell this? I'm gonna butcher this so bad.
I don't know. Stella. All right. You should put burn at the end too, because that's what it is. It's mostly a burn deck. Oh, never mind. Hold on for a second. My ankles, please. Thank you. I think that's how he borrowed for me. All right.
So this is our first round of top 8. We have Cleforts versus Stutala Knights.
I believe it's their first actual feature match as Cleforts today.
This is the first Clefort feature, top 8. It's not. Apparently, it's already over. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how good Cleforts are now.
No, it's for Stellas.
Oh,
Apparently, they got wrecked so hard.
it was over before it even began.
All right, so we have our normal shoveling beforehand.
Yep.
Now, these guys actually face each other in Swiss.
Did they?
Yeah, they actually face each other in Swiss. In Swiss, John came out on top because of a nasty.
I thought Miles won.
Nope. Well, John did. He summoned Vanity's. No, that was different. I don't know if they face in Swiss.
Oh, so
Oh.
No.
No, that was Jeremy, right?
yeah, John played Darrow, the other Clefort player.
Yes.
No, not John. Well, they
No,
both played. They both played Darrow, but
doesn't
Miles
matter.
played-
They're playing here now. So we're gonna see who's gonna win. We're gonna have the big flying robots in the sky versus some dudes on the ground that like to summon things.
They're even higher in the sky. They're Stellar Knights, Steve,
What?
because they're in space. So they're higher in the sky.
You saying these things can't go to space?
I don't know. Can Cleforts go to space?
Let's see why not.
Are any of them on space in their artwork?
Based on like Judaism.
I
Anyways, where were we? All right, so I'm not sure who's actually going first.
assume
No, we
they're
have Satell Knights going first.
with
So Miles opens the Rota. Looks like John has that searcher.
yeah, that card we all hate.
Yeah, that. Oh look, my name is MST written all over it, Mr. Scout.
Yep.
And we have the Rota. Looks like it might be for a Deneb, I think. Move your hand.
Probably at a neb, yes.
Move your hand. I
I don't see why it wouldn't be a neb. Yep, it's a neb.
There's Deneb. All right, sick.
That's the standard search at the beginning.
Usually it's pretty good. It's not bad. It's pretty decent.
Yep.
Card's decent.
Okay.
That's
so-
Deneb.
And neb's the search.
What's he going to look for? He's going to look for, it looks like a Vega. Yeah, it's a Vega.
Bit strange. I assume he's got an Altair in
Must
hand.
have Altair in hand. He's going to search the Vega.
Possibly even El Sam in hand.
Maybe another Rhoda, but he would have played it already. Yes, I do believe there's an Altair in his hand. Yes, there is.
There is.
There's
And
a breakthrough skill, which is horrible against Squillarts.
it is.
Oh, John, okay, pass the turn. That's Summoner's Art. So maybe he's going to bait him out. No? Okay. I know there's a breakthrough, but there might be something else. Oh, and he baited it. He baits it. That's Stellanova Alpha. Little does he know, he has another. Yeah, there it is.
Got in hand.
Yep. So that's good. He baited that out. Now that's a breakthrough skill, so that's not going to do anything. In fact, it's the opposite of good against Cool Lords. Because, sure, they want you to negate their effects.
This is true.
All right.
The
You know,
only
he has a
time
duality. He has a carrier, I believe. And
the only time it would have any value would probably be to hit disc with it after it is
Disc
revealed.
after the tribute, so like the only time it's good.
Yes.
Well, you can negate the.
Double attack of.
Yeah, you
Shell.
can negate Shell, but you can just do it again next turn.
Yeah.
No, I think he forgets he was tributed by. No, wait. I don't know. Might be, anyways. Don't matter. Yeah, disc is like the only thing you really want to hit with it. If you break through a shell, don't break through a shell. Unless it's a volcanic shell, then you're really bad. So, all right. So you're gonna play the duality.
All right,
So
so
nope,
he
nope,
will not be
nope.
special summoning this turn.
No, he gets
Oh,
the Vanities, the Space, and another Summoner's Art.
he will probably pick the Vanities.
If I say the
because-
Vanities or the Art to be a backup, just in case he has something to get rid of the Scout, yeah, he's taking the Vanities.
Yeah, like, because if he gets Vanities out against the Tellers and
Yeah,
just
that's-
one monster.
Yeah,
then-
just basically what he can do now is really lock it down. Summon that monster, play the equip, set Vanities. And
Yeah.
that's hurting.
That's
can't
game.
kill it by
That's
fi-
basically game from there.
Unless because he already played the Alpha. So
Yeah.
he's out in Alpha. You can try to burn him to death.
He could,
That'd be... okay, looks like there's a Helix, actually, not a Carrier. It's a Helix.
but he has a carrier in hand too.
He does have a Carrier in hand. Oh, he's attacking. And, of course, you can't break through that because that'd be kind of bad.
Yeah.
So let's
does
actually
increase
attack
the
for
attack.
28 instead, or 27.
27.
No, against 300 from this.
Yeah, against 300.
And negate his effect, it goes
Yeah.
to 24. It goes to 27.
All right.
Oh, and he drew the Warning. So Warning's very nice to draw, just not right now. Well, then again, if he tributes him, he can negate the summon, but he can still get the search, and he can still panel him.
Now he could try to bait out the Vanities because then he'd
Yeah,
have
how
to
does he know he has the Vanities, right?
He knows he has Vanities because it was.
He duality for it, right? So
Yeah.
he knows. What am I saying? He does know he has it. Okay, so he's playing the Vega. John's like, you're actually playing Vega? No. Vega's not really see that often in Stella Knights, are they? I don't think so.
No, I don't. No, I don't think they've seen that much.
You might be
No.
waiting for the Vanities? No. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
there's the
so-
Vanities.
Yeah. So,
So,
now he's going to have to pop it in order to tribute.
Yes. However, if he's smart, he's not going to pop it. Because
Yeah,
what's he going to do? Honest?
He might actually.
He might lose some damage. It won't get the kill because he can't be killed by battle.
Yeah, but oh, it is true. So
All right, and of course, Vanities won't destroy it if he sends his Miles sends Honest to the grave. If John plays Honest, I'm be questioning why he's playing Honest in an all Earth machine deck. But
there's some weird strategies going on.
oh man,
It looks like he's searching with Scout.
yes sir. Why wouldn't you?
Uh,
Oh no, he's going for it. He doesn't know he has the disc. Oh no. No,
Wait.
not by disc. I mean solemn. How did I mix up disc? He's searching disc. That's not disc at all. That's shell. What am I talking about? He searches
Well-
shell.
He's probably playing to pop whatever.
Well, he's going to tribute. Okay, there's the tribute for shell, and there's the warning. So he goes to grave. Vanities goes. However, he does get the search off the.
Off to
Carrier pops the remaining back row, which is the breakthrough skill, which is kind of useless at the moment anyway. But he does get the search off the equip spell, and he does have the tool. So therefore, depending on what he searches for, he could make the scales and actually pendulum summon. Vega's part of the big three? Nah, you don't play Vega. Vega's crap. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. Let me see. So he's gonna search out. Looks like a carrier. That is a carrier. So now that's a scale of 1, so he can actually finish the scales.
But what can he bring out? In this
Well, he bring
scale?
out the carrier.
There's a carrier. Anything else?
Yeah, that's what he's bringing out, the carrier.
All right.
And the Helix.
From hand.
However, now Miles is kind of down, but he does have that the Altair, I believe.
He does. So
Yeah, he does have the Altair. Oh, he has all monsters.
in his hand. So, ooh, do you know what we have? What John has face down? Oh, another monster.
All right, so he summons the Altair. John does have a wire tap down. But however, that's not going to come into play at the moment. All right, so Altair starts summons back Vega. Vega specials from the hand, which is going to be...
Well, some.
Oh, that's some. Oh, but the Torrential.
Ooh.
And his monsters go. He don't care that his
Yeah.
monsters are gone. He bring back
Yes.
next turn. And of course, Miles with no spell and trap removal can't break the scales.
And that's why I hate Cleaforts.
Oh, they're not that bad.
They
All
are
right.
that bad.
Yeah, they are that bad.
They are that
All right,
bad.
so now-
I hate both these decks. But they're good decks.
So he does take, I believe, 1,000 burn damage.
He does. The summon was successful.
And Scout. Search.
Yep. So I can't tell exactly how much.
I can't tell the
Miles
life.
has
Life
left?
is either zoomed out completely out of focus or just off the camera.
I
But,
believe
oh,
it's
there's a
off the
pendulum.
camera.
There's a pendulum summon.
There it is.
Oh, that's attacking. That's a shake.
Yep.
That's game 1. Game 1 will go to Quillies. Free Wheelies.
Is that what you're named them? Free Willies?
No, free Quillies.
Oh, Free Killies. Okay.
Whenever they pendulum, it's like Free Willy jumping over, and you had the Michael Jackson song in the background, right? Across
Yes.
the river Jordan, you were my friend. Whenever you pendulum summon, that's what happens, right?
Yeah.
You don't hear it, but somewhere it's happening.
Maybe you hear an evil version of it.
You hear it in like G major or something, right? As
Yeah.
well.
You hear it sung by Marilyn Manson.
That'd be something to see.
That'd
Hear.
actually be pretty awesome. I
Or
think.
something to hear, I should say. Or you want to...
It'd definitely be something.
Oh, man, it'd be something. All right. So we have our starting for Game 2. Now, this is single elimination, so Miles pretty much, he's
Needs to
hating.
win.
Oh, I believe I just saw that Battle Guard howling.
I know, that card was awesome.
Oh, that card is so good. It's a little situational, but it's funny when it's like, what?
Yeah, well, hit a Cleveland Scout.
Hit the what?
I mean, not Scout. What's the one? Shell.
Shell or disc, either one of them.
Yeah.
And compulses and, well, then again, you're back in your hand, you can tribute for it again.
Yeah.
But compulses and magic cylinder all in one card whenever you're a warrior is targeted for a attack or targeted by a monster effect.
It's true.
However, it doesn't actually negate the effect. If it did, oh my god.
That would be amazing. It'd probably be secret and worth probably $500 too.
It wouldn't worth $500.
Well, fine, 50 maybe.
It'd be a couple bucks.
I'd say it'd be
Scatter a few dollars.
I'd say it'd probably be, I don't know, 25.
Yep, I don't know.
500 might be an exaggeration.
Be a fair few.
Like, I'm sure you could.
Well, it'd be played more, that's for sure. If it negated the effect, it would be played.
Yeah.
Might not be played at 3, but it might be played. So, I mean, right now it's like, what? You run this? But it's a good option.
It's not a bad card.
No, it's not a bad card. It's just it's outclassed by usually like other traps. You don't have room for it.
No, it hurts Shadal's a lot actually.
What?
Yeah, because you hit it when they attack.
Oh yeah, it just
And
pops
then-
it back to. Okay, anyways, we're starting the game here.
Yeah.
So I believe Miles is going to go first. If not, then John opens 2 Night Beams. Oh no, okay. So he summons it to Neb.
Why would you have Night Beam against Cleforts?
No. He had Night Beam.
Oh,
Looks like he has. No, it's a Typhoon and a Night Beam. Okay. Yeah, man, Night Beam and Coolies are so good. It's like, oh, you got that Fairy Wind. I'm gonna pop it as much stuff as I can before I play Scout. That way you won't get screwed over when they Fairy Wind you, or Spell Shattering, or X card here.
Does he have a Scout though?
No, he does
Ooh,
not.
There's that Vandy's. He's gonna blind MST first.
Oh man, that is the only way to play MST. Is he blind? He's hitting the middle. I know. What's he doing?
He's seeing if he's gonna chain anything. Nope. He
Battle guy. Why? Oh, okay. Well, there it goes.
Night Beam.
Night Beam. Oh, there's another one gone. Get rid of that. What is it?
He can't chain to it though.
Ceasefire.
Ooh, ceasefire. Well,
I have to sneeze.
summon Scout. Or summon Shell.
That's a shell. The shell's 18. That can attack over. Oh no, now it's 21. It can't be popped by battle. So there's no worry being honest in his hand now, which there's not. I believe his hand is a Vega and an Altair.
I know.
So I don't know what that back row is right now, but hopefully it's something to save him.
Hopefully, because with that Vandy's
Oh,
and
but
skill
but
drain,
the skill drain.
effective Vega.
Play that skill drain, son. Play that. Oh, Vanities.
Oh, Vandy's.
All right, he's gonna bait it.
Skill drain.
Nope. All right.
All right, I guess he wants to save skill drain. Oh.
What? Oh, he top decked it. I suppose he's ended his turn. Top decked the carry, so I believe he's gonna summon it.
He's Dyken Carrier.
He's attacking. Oh, that's. Oh, this is bad position for Miles right now. Oh, he compulses. All right, that's decent. However, the Vanities is gone now.
Yes, but there's still the skill drain.
There is skill to skill drain. He doesn't know about that one yet.
So unless he draws an MST.
However, now he searches Tool.
Yes, that is true.
Oh, look at all 3 of them clumped together.
Hmm.
Yep, so he does search the Tool, so now this is exceptionally bad because Miles has no answer to Tool. So, or Scout. God, why do I keep calling it by the OCG name? Scout. Scout. Bonk.
If you keep saying it to yourself.
Boink. All right, anyways. Scout. Scout. All right. I still call Towers Killer. It's just,
Yeah, well, it's a much better name.
Oh, sounds a hell of a lot better. Judge. All right, so, let me see. So John is, I believe, searching with Scout to search out possibly something to finish the scales. But no, he has no real monsters in his hand to pendulum. Sacrifice. That's a good thing to play. The fact you can search Sacrifice off Scout is silly.
I know. That's why it shall be banned.
Now he can't be popped by battle, which is one of the main things that I guess Stella's do. Is honest. Is a battle fader, so
That's interesting.
we live in. However, he's got that drain. Yep, there's that skill drain. but I don't think there's anything else Miles can do right now. I think Miles is stuck in a corner.
Yep.
He's got because right now it's like okay, I can if I draw space, if I live the next turn, which he will, he has a battle fader.
Yeah.
He's not dying, but not a skill drain. So, oh man, that's so. If I was him, I wouldn't play. You played it. I'd just if I'd say if Shell didn't kill, I'd probably wait on the fader, but I guess not. So if he draws an MST now, he's kind of worrisome. He's like I can MST the scout, the scout. I can MST the skill drain. But
no, what does he have in hand?
It has looks like an Altair.
Okay, so it'd probably have to be skill drain. Otherwise, he's
Well,
dead.
he hasn't drawn yet. So
If he draws MST.
I think there's an Altair in his hand. I'm unsure from this angle. But however, John's not done.
Nope.
John's never done.
3 fourths are never finished.
So he searches out. Oh, and there's the scales. The scales has been made. However, he doesn't really have anything to summon. So he has no cards in his hand.
What did he draw?
I think it was either Callahan or Bottomless. I'm not fully sure. Oh, he says Monster, passes turn. That looks like an Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon he just drew.
No, it's not going to be much help right now, but...
You should totally tribute it, like tribute both of them. Summon Odd Eyes, but that'd be a horrible play.
It would be, but it'd be hilarious.
Oh man, it'd be beyond hilarious. Yeah, it is an Odd Eyes.
Okay. It'd be a very odd move to do.
Hey. Oh, he's paying for scout.
Yep.
So this could seal the books. I'm not sure what his face down is. Miles.
Miles's? No, I have no idea. We'll have to be surprised.
I don't know. But if it was something useful, he probably would have played it by now.
Oh, he just played it now.
Oh, he just said it, didn't
Yeah.
he? Might be
That's what he drew.
an alpha, maybe?
Was his final top deck.
Oh, right.
possibly.
Jeez, what I'm saying is either Callahan or Bottomless.
Oh, if it was an alpha, he might have summoned his
Yeah, he would have summoned it, but then he would have ran it over because this thing has now 3,100, I think. No, it's only 28 because I think Sacrifice is on the... However, we have... Oh, man.
Yep, so he's going to return something to hand.
No, he's going to always return the Set Monster back to his hand. So there's Nihilix.
Yep, so he's going to probably go full pendulum scale.
Well, the scale's already up now. We have
No,
one.
like, I mean, he's going to special summon.
Yep, there's the
everything.
Pendulum Summon.
Old Helix.
Oh, man, this is not good. If that's a Mirror Force, that's going to save him. That's... No,
If only-
Faders. Is it? What is it? What do we got? Mirror Force? Oh, Call the Haunted.
Wiretap,
that's the
oh,
game.
Yep, that's game.
There's the handshake. There's the handshake, and that is the game. Quillies advance
Boo.
to the top 4.
Should I be impartial, or...
Why should you be impartial? What are you talking about? It's called being biased is what you're trying to do.
Yeah, what's wrong with being biased?
Don't
Have
be
it-
biased, man. It's not very
Yeah.
nice.
Fine, I'll give Cleaforce benefit of the doubt.
Benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're terrible. Deck's bad. Don't know why people play it.
It's not bad, the problem is that it's too good.
Oh, man.
So let's see what they decided.
All right, looks like the MST, the faders, system downs. System downs are okay. Oh, the Flying Sea. Oh, that would cripple him.
Completely.
Flying Sea just shuts the deck down. I don't know what that was, but it was face down. Oh, he sided out a bunch of stuff.
No, but
Sided out the Book of Moon.
no, that makes sense.
Well, when they're flip summon, they'll get another effect off, so that does make sense.
I don't know why he's slide out a skill drain, though. I guess because it's a burn variety of the deck.
Yeah, maybe so. Don't want to lose a life, but he already had 2, and it seemed to work, so he managed to draw it. Right, well, that is the game.
Alright. I think they're the first one finished
They
in
are,
the top 8. too.
yes, they are the first group finished in top 8. So John with Coolies move on to top 4. The other Coolie player is playing Rockstun. That might be interesting.
Ooh, could be.
Yeah, Rockstun is, they finish, I guess, Rockstun now next set when they get the summon negation. Because that stops Pendulum Summon.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's, I think it's a special summon. Or it's a summon in general. Attribute it to negate a summon.
Oh.
So that does include a Pendulum Summon, so, ooh. And of course, he's a 1900 rock, which you can get back with Block Golem and such.
You want to interview Miles now? Or John?
Miles, would you like to come have a small interview of what happened here?
All right. Miles will be coming now to
All right,
have an
we're going to
interview
get
with
a
Steve.
small couple talk with Miles here.
Hello,
Welcome, Miles. So we just witnessed your game versus good old Quillies.
Yeah.
And what do you got to say?
Brick hands.
Brick hands. I got to show you what I named your deck. We got Satella.
Satella Knights.
Yeah, but yeah, that was pretty rough. I saw game one, you had all monsters, and you had no outs to like any of his traps, none to his
Nothing. No
his
alphas.
scales. Well, you did have an alpha, but I noticed he baited the alpha with the Summoners Art. He had the second one.
Yeah, I noticed he kind of hoping he wouldn't have a scout, but
No, he had another scout. That's rough.
I was gonna wait for him to activate scout, but once again he still had another one, so
Yeah, so it didn't matter.
it really didn't matter.
Yeah,
And
that's pretty tough.
the card I drew off it was garbage too. So
It's brutal. Yeah, I noticed you run. What are your thoughts on this? You ran the Battle Guard Howling. I saw that.
yeah.
How you find the Battle Guard? Is
That
it,
card's really good. I kind of want to main deck 3 of them.
Oh my good God!
Yes, I really do. I'm going to try to find some space to actually throw that third one in there, as opposed to deciding the third.
Well, it's attacks and monster effect targets. Right?
Attacks and monster effect targets.
And it's like super compulsive.
Yeah.
What sucks is we were discussing earlier. It doesn't actually negate whatever target or the attack.
It doesn't negate the attack, but I usually hit the attacking monster.
Oh yeah, you hit the
right?
probably the biggest if it's going to be.
If there's something bigger, I'll hit that one, obviously, but most of the time it's just going to be the attacking monster.
For sure, for sure. All right, but are you impressed that you made top 8 though? Like.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with how I did today. I faced Burning Abyss twice.
Ugh.
Shadal's twice. Cliffworth twice.
Well, around the scale then.
Oh yeah, I think they did okay.
That's all right. Good old Tell Nice. There's not that many around anymore, but
no,
you're rocking them.
I was the only one here today actually to play.
No, you're representing.
Yeah.
He's the only person here.
Gotta rep them.
It's pretty good. All right, so this is our first round of top 8. We have more games being played behind me, which you guys can't see, but the feature was the first one done. So we will have a top 4 match in here, as well we'll have the finals in here. So for y'all to witness the magic. For the top 8, I believe, hang on, I actually wrote down, I was curious, and wrote down the deck lists. By deck lists, I mean, not lists, but the decks. So in the top 8, we have 2 Quillies, we have a Satell Knight, we have a Rockstun, we have a Shadow, we have Yang Zing, we have Burning Abyss, and we have a Batteryman.
Yeah, the Batteryman.
Those are our top 8 decks. So
Batteryman undefeated today.
Batteryman went undefeated.
Undefeated 6 rounds of Swiss.
Yeah, it went 6-0
Crazy
after
good.
Swiss. Batteryman. Making them OTKs. He's charging it. He's getting that pulse width modulation techniques to charge that voltage in there.
Crazy.
And just explode it all everywhere with one big oomph.
And with the artifacts in them. Oh,
the artifacts are just... I noticed he ran a lot of artifacts and a lot of the ignitions. So that's good against a Quilly matchup because you have a lot... Basically, you're running like 6 MSTs.
Yep, last time I faced the Batteryman, every time I hit that Sanctum with that MST, every time.
Oh.
Unfortunately, every time.
Don't blind it.
I know, I don't usually blind, but sometimes here lately, blind MSTs have been good for me. I've been hitting Vanities a lot, and Vanities kind of hurts.
Oh, yeah, Vanities
as
is
what we've just seen.
Yeah, Vanities is something, all right.
Yeah, it's a thing.
As I'm going to jump off the mic here now, we'll be back with our top 4 game. I'm not sure who's going to be yet, but we'll be back with you. So thanks for listening. We'll be back soon.
See you later.